All right, can you hear me now? Great. So good morning and thank you all for joining us today. I'm Jared Perdue, your new task force chair. I realize that my chairmanship was announced during your last task force meeting and I'm happy to be joining you in this new role. I recognize that you all have been working as a body for close to a year now and your efforts thus far are certainly appreciated. Although I've not been directly involved in the M-Course program, I've been monitoring each of the task forces as a member of the FDOT leadership team. In May of this year, I accepted the role of FDOT District 5 Secretary, and I must say, Secretary Tebow's appointment to this role is a tremendous honor. I would like to take a moment to thank Christina Colon for being the chair during the virtual meetings to date. I have known Christina for some time, and she is a tremendous asset to FDOT and this task force. Christina, you have helped guide this task force through very interesting times, and I would like to personally thank you for your efforts and certainly hope to continue the momentum you have built to date. As a Florida native and a father of 5, I'm committed to work with this task force in collaborating and building consensus so that we may proactively plan for Florida's future in a comprehensive manner. Now, before we get started, I want to take an opportunity to welcome FDOT Secretary Kevin Tebow, who is joining us to share a few remarks.
Okay, Jared, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right, well, thank you. Thanks, Jared, and thanks, everyone. Good morning. It's great to be with many of you again today. I hope that each and every one of you and your loved ones are safe and well, especially during this time. You know, many of you, I recall, we met back in August of last year where we were given a charge by the legislature and the governor to plan for Florida's future. And we talked about the commitment to this challenge and how you have not wavered in, especially during these challenging times. I want to thank you personally for your consistent engagement, your hard work, your flexibility, which will ensure we can complete this critical work by November. I also want to thank the members of the public who have been engaged throughout this process, joining us for task force meetings, both virtually and in person, at community open houses, and obviously through our FDOT Listens email address and so on. Public participation will always play a critical role in the work we do, and it is a vital component of the M-Course program. The team here at the department will continue to provide each of you the public written input that we've received, and will provide updates during task force meetings to ensure that these voices are heard. Now, as Jared mentioned, I thank him for taking on this challenge here as being the chair of this group. I appreciate that, Jared. I know Christina, as well as Weiwei and Will Watts, have kept me updated on the progress of the important work the task force has been doing over the last several months. And again, I appreciate the dedication that you have provided to this group. In addition to staff support, I appreciate the participation of our subject matter experts who have provided insight based on their expertise and addressed the key legislative emphasis areas of the M-Course program. Dialogue between the experts and each one of you regarding environmental and natural resources, land use, multi-use, co-location, the discussions related to broadband, economic development, and hurricane evacuation has proven to be invaluable in the ongoing work to develop high-level needs and guiding principles for this program. In addition, the hundreds, if not thousands, of data points with use of that robust GIS tool that many of you have seen have illustrated that the influence and impact of policy guidance on avoidance, enhancement, and attraction areas are very, very important. Today's meeting, as many of you know, will focus on collectively reviewing, refining, and initially accepting high-level needs of the proposed corridor. In addition, you'll be reviewing, refining, and working toward the goal of accepting the comprehensive list of guiding principles for this proposed corridor. These consensus-driven principles will be used to steer the draft path and courses, which are planned to be presented for your review at the next meeting in August. These paths and courses remain broad and completely undefined, so your input and feedback will continue to be critical. At every juncture, the staff and the subject matter experts will continue to work closely with you and provide support in every way possible so that you are able to reach consensus on your recommendations in an informed and productive manner. I want to assure you that the highest level needs, the guiding principles, and the instructions you are developing will absolutely guide us as we develop the future phases of the MCourse program. I know these past few months we have adjusted to the impacts of COVID-19 and have reminded us of the critical role that partnerships and relationships play in so many aspects of our daily lives. It is clear that we truly can accomplish more only when we work together. Through the MCourse program, the legislature and the governor have reinforced proactive partnerships and have brought together groups like the conservation advocates, regional and local governmental entities, utility providers, and transportation allies working all together with one goal in mind: to help ensure that our infrastructure provides the connectivity and flexibility necessary to meet the changing needs here in Florida. The work and outcomes from the task force meetings are critical to the well-being and prosperity of our state as a whole, as well as to our rural communities. We stand ready to carry your recommendations forward as we fulfill the other statutory requirements for the MCourse program. In particular, we are actually considering the processes needed to monitor and report on implementation of the commitments identified through this task force, including the roles that organizations could play, that those that are especially represented on this task force as we continue the planning process. Again, on behalf of the people of Florida and the governor, I want to thank you for your service, and I look forward to receiving your recommendations in November. Jared, thanks again for giving me the opportunity to address your group. Wish you well in your meeting today, and again, thanks for all that you do.
Great. Thank you, Secretary, and thank you for taking the time to join us today to support kicking off Task Force Meeting number 6. We look forward to sharing our recommendations with you as this task force completes its work. Speaking of our work as a task force, we've appreciated your flexibility as we have continued to evolve the structure of our meetings. As you may have noticed, we are now using the term meeting to describe these events and resuming the sequencing we had started last fall. So this is officially Task Force Meeting number 6 after a few months where we have made use of pre-recorded presentations, webinars, and other virtual formats. We anticipate 3 more meetings between now and October to complete our work. Given the continued uncertainty about timing for resuming large gatherings, we will continue to set dates and design meeting formats with a combination of virtual and in-person opportunities for both task force members and the public to participate. We will continue to remain nimble in adapting our format over time. As always, public input is an important part of our process. Today, we will hear an update on the public input received to date through task force meetings, the community open houses, emails, letters, and other channels. We also will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of the meeting. If you wish to address the task force and have not registered to do so already, you can sign up by registering at floridamcours.com by 2:30 this afternoon. This event is streaming live on the Florida channel and on our program website, floridamcours.com. We've also provided for 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area, the Hilton in Ocala and the Building Alliance Banquet Hall in Lecanto. We will hear from all members of the public who would like to address this task force later today. First, from those who have registered to comment virtually, and then from the 2 remote locations. Our focus today and during the next few meetings will be on drafting the key elements of your recommendations, high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions for project development and beyond. We've been working on different pieces of this list during the past few meetings, and the production team has been integrating your comments from these discussions as well as prior meetings into a single draft. Today, we'll be looking at a complete draft for the first time. You all received this list via email last week, and I hope you've had an opportunity to review. Our goal today is to refine the high-level needs, which is the why, and move on to guiding principle refinement, which is the how. We'll continue to work on the guiding principles and instructions today and in future meetings. When we talk about refining guiding principles today, our thoughts and input should be focused on content, intent, and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments during future meetings as the report comes together. One change you will see today is a few more support personnel actively involved in taking notes and refining text in a real-time basis. We also have many of our subject matter experts on the call to address questions. The goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what else you need. Now, let me turn the program over to our facilitator, Christine.
So, good morning. I'm going to go over briefly cover a few topics this morning to make sure that we set the day. We're going to start with a public comment period, discuss what's gone on to date, the logistics for the meeting, today's agenda, objectives, and materials, and then finally, as we always do, Florida in the Sunshine briefing. The public comment period will begin at 3, as the chairman said, or as soon as the items on the agenda are complete and the task force members are done with our discussion. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently at the 2 locations, as the chairman just mentioned. Requests to provide comments virtually will need to be received by 2:30 today, and they will be addressed during the public comment period and then in the order in which they were received. And for those of you in the public that have not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need a link emailed to you, please use the raised hand function, the virtual raise hand, and one of our team members will email you a link to the sign up. Please request to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made in person by completing a speaker card. So this meeting is being recorded and will be available with other materials on the MCOR's website. Task force members, you will remain muted during the meeting and during the presentations. Once we get to the discussion, we'll shift to a more interactive format. And that's why we've been checking everyone's audio before we got started. And similar to previous webinars, our discussion today will be more like in-person meeting the best we can in a virtual environment. And so instead of putting up your tent card, if you can use the raised hand, the virtual raise hand, and let us know if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, and we will recognize you that way. We'd also ask you to remain self-muted when you're not speaking, and that helps reduce some of the background noise. I will generally recognize task force members in the order in which I see your hand raised, although as we do an in-person meeting, sometimes we'll want to manage the flow at times to allow members who have not yet had an opportunity to speak to make a comment or to wrap up a thread of conversation before we move on to another. If you have self-muted, please make sure you unmute before speaking. And a quick reminder, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call, as we may hear your hold music. And one last note, we may have adjusted your username to readily identify task force members for when you need to unmute your line. Please do not make any changes to the username so that you may be heard during the roll call as well as the question and answer periods and all of our conversation. So here's today's flow of events. We're a little bit longer than what we have been, so we really appreciate your attendance today. The objectives for today's meeting, we're going to review the public engagement activities. Will Watts will take us through that. We'll establish initial consensus and high-level needs. We'll discuss and refine the draft guiding principles. Once again, that's part of an ongoing conversation. We'll continue that at our next meeting. We'll discuss draft instructions for project development and beyond. We'll review the draft report outline and report drafting process. Wei will take us through that. We'll review planning, corridor planning activities. Will take us through that at the end of the day. And as always, we'll end the meeting with receiving public comment. So I'm going to run over this quick refresher of the government in the sunshine. Diane Guillemette is with us. Then I'll report out who I have so far on our roll call so that we know who is in attendance. We'll then have that presentation from Will Watts on public engagement activities, followed by the discussion on high-level needs, and Jennifer will walk us through that. Then we'll begin reviewing and refining guiding principles. Billy's going to walk us through that. We'll take a break for lunch at 11:30. Then we'll return at 1 and continue reviewing and refining those guiding principles. Then at 2:30, we'll have a presentation by Wei Shen on task force report outline and drafting process, followed by that presentation on corridor planning activities from Will Watts. We'll then we'll briefly touch on next steps and turn to public comment. The public comment period is scheduled to begin at 3, as we've mentioned, or as soon as our agenda is complete. We hope that all task force members will be able to stay with us. Today, we have a short government and sunshine requirements. Generally speaking, task force members, you should not communicate verbally through email or a third party with another task force member on items under consideration by the task force. You may always communicate on matters unrelated to the task force topics. So here's our contact information for Diane Guillemette. She is with us today. If anyone has any questions, she'll be able to respond. But outside of this meeting, if you have further questions, here's her contact information. All right. It will be a long day. We appreciate everybody's engagement. It's overwhelming, the number of members that have joined us today. All task force members were given a unique sign-in and link to sign in. So these are the members that I have noted that have been recognized. We'll continue to scan this, and we do expect a couple of our task force members to come a little late because of budget meetings happening in local government right now. So with that, we do have Secretary Perdue, Jared Perdue from the Florida Department of Transportation as our chair. Our co-chair, Christina Colon from the Florida Department of Transportation is here as well. James Stansberry is representing Mario Rubio from the Department of Economic Opportunity. Jason Height is here as an alternate to Chris Wynn with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Mark Futrell is here from the Florida Public Service Commission. Eric Anderson is here representing Enterprise Florida. Jeff Kennard let me know that he would be attending a little late because of budget meetings. He is representing the Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization, but is also a Citrus County Commissioner. Scott Coons is here with us this morning. He's representing the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. Charles Lee is here with Audubon, Florida. Kent Wimmer is here from Defenders of Wildlife. Scott Carnahan, also a Citrus County Commissioner, is expected to join us a little bit later. Jim Mayer is here from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Nancy Brown is here from the Florida Department of Education. Mike Napier is here from the Florida Department of Health. Mayor Matt Cernsey is here representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Jim Patton with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations let me know in advance that he is not able to join us today. We do have Rusty Skinner with us this morning from Career Source Florida. Commissioner Kathy Bryant from Marion County is here today. Warren Zwanka from the Swanee River Water Management District has joined us, as has Jeanette Seacrest from the Southwest Florida Water Management District. I have not heard from Jeff Prather yet this morning, but if we hear from him, we'll let you know that he's in attendance. Mike Woods is here from the Lake Sumter MPO. Valerie Hancher is here representing the Ocala-Marion County Transportation Planning Organization. Rock Meeks has not been able to join us from, oh, he is on. Sorry, he has been having a little bit of troubles, but we've got him on, so thank you so much. Rock Meeks from Levy County Commission is here. Sean Sullivan is here representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Bradley Arnold is here with Sumter County. Phil Fulmer is here representing the Florida Trucking Association. Chris Saliba is here from the Florida Rural Water Association. Bill Ferry has joined us this morning. He's with the Florida Internet and Television Association. Danielle Ruiz is here representing the Florida Economic Development Council. Kurt Williams is here representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Dr. Vernon Lauder is not here, I don't believe, this morning from the College of Central Florida. Stanley Sider is here from the Lake Sumter State College. Paul Owens has joined us from the Thousand Friends of Florida. Jason Lauritsen is here with the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Zach Prusak is here from the Nature Conservancy. Hugh Harling has joined us from the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. We do have, I'm sorry, I'm receiving some notes. It does appear as if Jeff Prather has joined us from the St. Johns River Water Management District. I understand that Diane Guillemette has raised her hand. I'm going to recognize her real quickly to see if there's something that she would like to provide for us in the way of guidance. So Diane, if you can just give me a moment. Here we go. I'm unmuting you, Diane.
Good morning. Just like many of the members of Florida, I am working from home these days. So the phone number that's listed on my contact information is not the one I'm using. My cell phone number is 850-559-0362. So if anybody needs to get a hold of me, I'll respond to email, but if you want to phone me, that's the number I can be reached.
Excellent. And I do know, Diane, that we've had task force members reach out to you to make sure that we follow proper protocol. And so thank you so much for your accessibility. And we'll make sure that we send that out separately to task force members so that they have that available to them. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's quite the roll call. Thanks everyone for your participation today. Like we've mentioned, it's a little bit longer day. We look forward to your engagement along the way. But as we've also heard, Secretary Thibault mentioning, we're coming to the home stretch. So the meat of the conversation is here. So with that, I want to hand it over to Will Watts, who's going to provide an update on the public engagement activities to date. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Christine. All right, good morning, everybody. Engaging the public, obtaining feedback, and also providing updates to interested parties are a priority for the department. For the second time, all public comments are being made available to the task force members. In addition, the department has heard from the public and has taken advantage of providing input through email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities through virtual means and viewing sites, community open house meetings prior to March 2020, and the ones that are scheduled to resume at the end of August. Virtual meetings have been used to support social distancing and the governor's orders, but has also proven to expand the outreach of the engagement activities. The 4 virtual meetings gave access to 195 public commenters and almost 3,000 attendees. Throughout the M-Course process, engagement from the public has been a priority for the department, utilizing various means to help facilitate actionable conversations among the task forces in the event the M-Course projects come to fruition. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the outset of planning. A vital part of the MCOR's effort has been to gather public comments and engage with the public in various ways, whether it be filling out comment cards during open houses and community presentations, giving public comments during task force meetings, or emailing the FDOT Listens inbox. As task force members have heard from the public within the task force meetings, and those have been recorded and remain available on the MCOR's website. The comment numbers provided today are exclusively written comments from the comment cards, FDOT Listens email inbox, handwritten letters from August 2019 through June 30th, 2020. So the proposed study areas cover 18 counties and encompass nearly 3 million residents. And as of June 30th, 2020, the number of written comments received is over 11,000. Of those, 1,900 have been original content comments, but the vast majority, over 9,600, have been pre-generated form letters. FDOT has provided you a raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received, as well as areas of interest that were mentioned in those comments that were not pre-generated form letters. We have given you all written public comments since August 2019 through June 30th, 2020. We also separated and gave you the pre-generated forms as a separate grouping so you can review and use as appropriate. Those 11 variations are available in the folders we gave you, and that'll keep you from reading 9,600 emails. Because no build is always an option, the department has only tracked topics mentioned at a very high level, not the sentiment of the comment. The topics identified have allowed the department to ensure those topics are discussed and considered throughout the process at task force meetings. The first grouping we categorize written comments is around the topic of traffic. Traffic is further subdefined as the 5 categories above: project alignment or route locations, tolls, expand, maintain existing roads, multimodal, mass transit, alternate transportation, and a hurricane evacuation. Here's a snapshot of the data where comments received mention traffic as an area of interest. 39% of the traffic comments talked about expanding or maintaining existing roads. 25% talked about tolling. 13% had comments about hurricane evacuation. 12% about multimodal, mass transit, alternate transportation, and 11% had comments regarding projected alignment and route locations. Those total counts are in the lower right of the slide above. The second grouping we categorize written comments is around the topic of environment. Environment is further subdefined as 7 categories above: wildlife habitat impacts, wetlands, water resources, aquifer, pollution, water, air, ground, native plants, conservation, and impacts to property, rural quality of life. Here's a snapshot of the data where comments received mention environment as an area of interest. 33% of those of the environmental comments talked about wildlife habitat impacts. 27% talked about impacts to property, rural quality of life. 14% had comments about water resources and aquifer, and 13% regarding conservation. Those total numbers are on the lower right of the slide there. The third grouping we categorize written comments is around the topics that are covered under general. The general area of interest is further subdefined as the 6 categories above: cost, tourism, jobs, economic and business impacts, eminent domain, water sewer utilities, and broadband. And again, like we've done with the other two, here is a snapshot where comments received mention the 6 topics above. 40% of the comments categorized as general talked about cost. 32% talked about jobs, economic and business impacts, and 13% talked about broadband. Again, those total counts are in the lower right. FDOT recommends feedback that guides action. So in the event these proposed corridors meet both environmental and financial feasibility, you as a task force have actionable input from the public that you can consider. The graph above shows a comparison across all 18 areas of interest. It is a comparison of total volume per topic. You can see wildlife habitat impacts and impacts to property, rural quality of life are have the most appearances in written comments so far. The next most received correlate to expand, maintain existing roads, water resources, aquifer, and conservation. And the third prominent is tolling, cost, and jobs, economic, business impacts. To maximize the use of written comments, task force members are encouraged to review the categorized data presented today and comments received from the community open houses, in-person task force meetings, and from the FDOT listens emails and letters. Also included in your package is any official correspondence received from municipalities. All the data presented here will be posted on the website, and all the documents have been emailed to all the task force members. The department continues to take feedback from the public via email at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, website comments, and traditional mail. Additionally, when the department can hold in-person task force meetings and community open houses, we will resume receiving public comment cards at these events, or when we can provide viewing sites during the hybrid approach. So we just threw a lot at you, task force members, so now we can open it up for any questions.
Are there any questions by the task force members? This could be a great way to use the hand raise. Yeah, we have a couple questions. I'm going to first call on Kent Wimmer.
Thank you very much. This is Kent Wimmer with Defenders of Wildlife. I feel that DOT is essentially discounting 80% of the comments you've received, especially by not classifying the opinions of these folks. I don't think you're really recognizing the true nature of why these folks are commenting, and most of the commenting, you know, of these 80% are challenging the need and are recommending us not to build. I just think it's not a fair analysis the way you know DOT has been presenting us in helping us understand, you know, really what the public is telling us. So thank you.
And Kent, appreciate the comments. We did try to separate the form letters and those 11 forms. So those are given out as a separate data set. So it helps the task force members get through those 9,600 a little more quickly than reading each one. And just as a side note, you know, no build's always an option in the PD&E process. So again, using the comments and the themes is the primary goal of how we use these moving forward with the task force. So thank you.
Thank you, Will. Next, we have Charles Lee with his hand raised. So Charles, please.
Yeah. I've been accustomed to participating in deliberative processes such as this for at least 30 to 40 years, as long as these kind of processes have been going on. And I simply want to say that I have not experienced one in the past where there has been as much opportunity for public comment as there appears to be in this setting. I think whether it has been during the in-person meetings we were able to hold or in the virtual meetings where public comment is accepted and the portals for written comments. The commenting capability of the public has been robustly supported by DOT, and I don't think that any criticism of DOT's efforts is well-founded in that regard. I do think that it is clear in the nature of the public sentiment comments that are being received that the vast majority of commenters are, and I would include both the form letters and the individual unique letters as well. The sentiment is clearly toward skepticism about need and a preference for no build. And I don't think it would be harmful for DOT to acknowledge the number of such comments it has received. I think it would be useful. I can say that from my contacts within the environmental community, the fact that DOT has not done that has generated a lot of negative energy. And it would be a very simple thing to do to just tally that and put it on the board. From my perspective, as one task force member, I think we all get it. That sentiment is out there and it's pretty strong. It is not necessarily, from a qualitative standpoint, the best and most useful guidance to our deliberations. I'm much more impressed when I see a comment coming from a citizen or an environmental group that specifies new areas that need to be considered for avoidance and other qualitative information like that. But nonetheless, it's kind of created a spiral of opposition. And I think DOT could quell that spiral of opposition in a hurry by simply putting another bar on that chart that indicates the number of people who have commented preferring that no new roads be built. And that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. So, a couple of the data points, we've got 3 million residents and we've had a enormous response to MCORS. The sentiment of the form letters can be gathered pretty quickly as the task force members read through those, and that is the vast majority of who has commented with those form letters. So I think that data is there. I think we do need to focus on, I think what you mentioned is what we can use and take action on. So we're going to continue to focus on those themes, and those will be given to the task force members to use. So thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Will. Do we have any other task force members that would like to ask any questions of Will or dive a little deeper into this conversation at this point? It continues to be an ongoing conversation throughout this project. So although we're highlighting the information thus far, it is not complete until we continue through this. And we do know as task force members, you're likely getting anecdotal data as well as you're out in the grocery store or wherever you may be and getting input. So providing some informed information as we go through this process will be helpful as well. So, well, Will, I see no other hands up to ask questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to hand it over to Jennifer Stoltz, who is the FDOT production lead, and she's going to talk about and introduce the high-level needs discussion.
Thank you, Christine. In virtual meeting number 4, we discussed high-level needs for the Northern Turnpike corridor, where you provided comments to improve these needs so they can cover both regional and local challenges and opportunities. Staff has updated the needs based on your comments. A handout for refined high-level needs and a PowerPoint version were posted on the website on July 16th for you to be able to review prior to this meeting. So you may wish to open it now to follow along with this discussion. The intent of today's discussion is to arrive at initial consensus on the high-level needs. We would like to hear your comments so that we may finalize this draft document. We recognize that there is a more detailed view of needs that focus more on conventional measures, whether there is a demonstrated mobility need in the region today and or in the future, and whether a major corridor investment would help meet those needs. This analysis normally takes place as part of a more detailed corridor feasibility study, as well as in support of the Project Development and Environment, or PD&E. If there are specific considerations you want to be sure are documented and carried forward, we can include that in your final report as an instruction or technical guidance on the needs and or as part of the action plan. Before I review these high-level needs, let us walk through the task force recommendations framework. Now, you've seen this slide before. This is the recommendations framework to address the statutory requirements. Wei Shen presented this information at our last meeting. The statute describes the responsibilities of the task force, which essentially are to provide consensus recommendations in the 3 areas: the high-level needs for a corridor in the study area, or the why, guiding principles for planning and developing a corridor, or the how, and instructions for FDOT or other partners to carry out the task force's recommendations in project development and beyond, or the what's next. At each step of this process, the intent is to support your recommendations with data and ensure there is an explicit handoff to what comes next in terms of planning, project development, design, and so forth. As a refresher, high-level needs essentially refer to the opportunities and challenges the corridor is intended to address. The high-level needs are informed by the 6 categories of purpose and the 13 areas of benefit listed in the statute, as well as task force and public input. They are intended to be short statements of text supported by data and easily communicated with the partners and the public. The high-level needs language you develop will be the basis for a more formal purpose and need in the project development and environment, or PD&E, process. Now I will present high-level needs and briefly discuss the changes since virtual meeting number 4, and then we will open it up for discussion. Remember, the goal for today is to finalize the high-level needs. I will start with the first 4 of the 8. The first statement was revised to clarify the industries that will be supported. Now it reads, provide a transportation network that supports communities and both existing and new industries. Comments about adding as planned by local government comprehensive plan have been addressed through cross-cutting guiding principles and instructions, which we will discuss later. The second statement was expanded to include connectivity and mobility of both people and goods. Now it reads, improve statewide and regional transportation mobility and connectivity for people and freight. The third statement, addressed safety and mobility needs due to the growth in population and visitors, was not changed. We revised the fourth statement to address a comment regarding ecotourism as follows: strengthen the local tourism, ecotourism, and outdoor recreation economy. Bike paths and horse trails will be addressed through instructions for project development and beyond. The remaining 4 are, like the first statement, a comment to add as planned by local comprehensive plans, and statement 5 is now addressed through cross-cutting guiding principles and instructions. We slightly revised statement 5 to read, enhance access to jobs, education, and healthcare. Statement 6 was expanded to cover water, sewer, and other public utility infrastructure as follows: expand rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer, to enhance quality of life. We clarified statement 7 to read, strengthen emergency preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation to enhance safety. Comments regarding referencing emergency evacuation plans and state, regional, and local agency coordination are now addressed through guiding principles and instructions. There were several comments regarding a need to clarify or define what the resources and habitats in Statement 8 are composed of. The staff have reviewed the comments and recommended to address these comments by expanding instructions for project development. Therefore, we simplified Statement 8 to read, protect, connect, and enhance natural resources and habitats. Application of emerging and future technology, which was previously presented as Need Statement 9, is now addressed in the cross-cutting guiding principles and instructions because technology affects or is an enabler of all M-Course purposes. Now I will hand it back to Christine.
Thank you, Jennifer. So this is going to start the conversation. So we're looking forward to engagement from the task force members. I see hands going up already. We want to, you've seen how we've revised the high-level needs based on the feedback that we've received. So once again, this is the why. Why are we doing this? And then we're going to move, after we get through this, start the conversation before lunch on those guiding principles. So that begins the how. So this is that high level why we're doing this. And then you'll be able to see how some of your comments get incorporated into the guiding principles and more refinedly into the instructions. And that's once you get into the PD&E, it becomes a project, it gets into PD&E. How is the project informed by the input along the way? As we've discussed at previous meetings and webinars, we're identifying the high-level needs very early in the process to make sure that all the subsequent activities tie back to the fundamental question of how a corridor addresses the unique opportunities and challenges in the study area and the broader statutory purposes. So for the purpose of today's discussion, we have listed all 8 high-level needs on this one slide so that we can easily follow along. As we discuss these needs, I want you to think about the following questions which will guide the finalization of these high-level needs. We introduced them last time we met, last month, and we really do want to tighten them up so that they can get finalized because it is foundational to the other actions that we're taking. First, do we need to clarify anything for anybody? And I'm seeing lots of hands go up. So we want to go through and have some conversation. So we want to make sure that everything's clear. And if we need to clarify, let us know. Then we want to get your thoughts on this list as a set collectively. And I know you're not looking at it in context to the guiding principles quite yet, because this is what we're looking at. So some of that may become clearer as we look at that. Does it represent the major opportunities and challenges of our study area? And I'm thinking a little bit back to what Will's also provided on some of the public comment. Are there significant needs? Are we missing anything as we see it here today? Is there anything that we could raise significant concerns for you? So our goal is to really build on consensus as a package and collectively. So it's important, that's why we have all 8 of these up at once. So lots of hands. And I often think that our local government representatives bring the most comprehensive voice to some of these conversations. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take the liberty of the facilitator to call on some of our task force members that represent local governments first. So we're going live with all the mics, so self-mute task force members so that we can hear from you all one at a time. So if you don't mind, I'm going to call on Commissioner Bryant first, Marion County Commissioner. Let's see.
Good morning, everyone. Hey there.
There, we hear you. Thank you. Good morning.
This is just a pretty basic question at this point. Are these draft high-level needs in the order they're in? Are they ranked in any certain order, or is this just as we put them together?
Yes, ma'am. I thank you for that request for clarification. These are, although they're just listed with a number so that we can refer back to them, they are not in a priority order.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bradley Arnold, representing Sumter County. Oh.
Thank you. Just wanted to express my appreciation for, I think y'all really did a good job after the last task force meeting on taking the input and making these revisions, particularly number 6 on the draft high-level needs. I think that hit the mark exactly the way I viewed that it needed. On the other changes, I support the this draft high-level needs worksheet as revised.
Excellent, thank you. And we will continue to labor today in a similar manner. You know, ongoing, robust conversation leads for our note takers to be able to refine and hopefully get to the point where you all are most comfortable. And Bradley mentioned that rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer to enhance quality of life. That was a driving conversation with a lot of folks when we met last, and it reinforces our multimodal, multi-use corridors. And when we partner together to come up with creative solutions to ultimately look at the growth of Florida and being comprehensive in our approach. So thank you so much. Commissioner Meeks, thank you so much for joining us. Commissioner Meeks is from Levy County. He has his hand raised. You're self-muted right now, Rock. Do you have something you wanted to add?
Yes. Sorry that my voice isn't real clear, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
For the high level needs, is the legislature going to set out a funding mechanism for these high level needs? Or how does funding come for the high level needs? Do we have any insight on that?
Well, let me start by saying that the goal of the task force is to bring a variety of voices to the table. It just seems that FDOT is the convener of this conversation. And we've also mentioned along the way the power of partnership, right? The more we know that we're working together, hopefully it helps reduce the cost of some of these programs. FDOT is not in the business of water and wastewater. But FDOT is in the business of working with partners to figure out ways to find the path of least resistance and guiding some conversation. So that kind of hopefully sets the stage a little bit. Jennifer, did you want to add to that, or Weiwei? I see you've joined us.
Well, I see Will has joined us. Let Will talk first. We can't hear you, Will.
Got it, sorry. So as we work through the final work document, the high level needs are kind of the first step as we dive deeper into detail. So you'll see high level needs are the first step. Guiding principles are kind of the second step into detail, and then the instructions. So I think MCORS comes to the table with a lot of flexibility and a lot broader scope than a normal transportation project in the past. So that's why we're asking for input in the high level needs, so we can prioritize those as well as the next few steps. So if we need to advance other pieces, then we hear those voices from the task force and make sure we follow through in those prioritizations.
And to address the commissioner's concern, to add to what Will said, initial funding for the MCORS planning and project development comes from dedicated resources provided to us by the legislature. And the stability of our work program is one of our core commitments to our local government partners. So we're going to maintain that as much as we can.
Commissioner, does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Oh, I feel fine.
Okay, good. All right, we have a few more hands up. Paul Owens, you were one of the first to throw your hand up, so we want to make sure we answer any questions, concerns, or contributions you'd like to make.
Thanks, Christine. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, so the first high-level need refers to a transportation network that supports communities as well as existing and new industries. When Secretary Thibeault started us off this morning, he talked about the statutory purposes for the MCORS program, and the statutory purpose refers to revitalizing rural communities. It doesn't refer to supporting communities. I feel like this is setting a lower standard, and it's important to maintain that high standard and to remain true to what the legislation that passed said. I think if you raise the standard to where it was set by the legislation, that necessarily suggests that more steps will be taken in guiding principles and instructions for PD&E that would revitalize rural communities, not just support them, and maybe protect them from some of the negative impacts. You know, steps like limiting interchanges, remaining consistent with comprehensive plans, and preserving the areas from sprawling development or businesses related to the highway that might pull away business from existing communities.
All right. I know we have some hands up. Does I see that James Stansberry, Kent Wimmer, and Charles Lee already had their hands up. Does do Paul's comments and a suggested thought, does anybody want to react to that in addition to the hands that I already see raised? Because we really are trying to finalize these guiding principles and talking about revitalizing and using the term from the secretary earlier this morning.
Well, again, I just think it's consistent with what the legislation says, and therefore what our charge is as a task force is to be true to the purposes as they're stated in the statute.
All right, let's work with this, and when we come back, Jennifer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I did, Christine. Thank you, and thank you, Paul, for the comment. I think you'll see with the guiding principles discussion that's coming up next that consistency with comprehensive plan discussion a little bit more in detail. But let us work with some of the verbiage on this. I heard revitalize, I heard protect, preserve. So let us continue to refine this one, and we'll see if there are other comments that we get, particularly on a high level need number 1. So thank you, Paul. Appreciate the comment.
Thanks, Jennifer.
All right, James Stansberry with Department of Economic Opportunity. I'm going to unmute you. There we go.
Thank you, Christine. Something that you may want to take a look at is under the Suncoast Corridor. Yesterday we discussed the high-level need, and it has community identity. So rather than perhaps reinvent the wheel, because there is some overlap in jurisdictions and character of communities between these two areas, I would recommend taking a look at that and perhaps using that as a jumping off point for these particular needs. And that's all.
All right, great. And once again, as Jennifer mentioned, I think you'll see some of that flesh out a little bit more in some of the guiding principles. So as we look at that, James, I hope you provide some additional feedback later when we get to that. If you feel as if we've not addressed it adequately there, let's continue to elevate to ensure that we've addressed your concern. And for task force members, we are coordinating with the other there are 3 corridor task forces underway, but each of our corridors are also unique. So we do share when the feedback from task force members have requested us to look at things. And so there are times that it's similar and you know, times that each corridor is unique unto itself. So we appreciate everyone looking out for when we can share from corridor to corridor. Jennifer, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope. I think community identity is some more language we can consider for these. So we're getting a healthy list. Christine, we'll look forward to the other comments, and then we'll start to refine.
Okay. Thank you, James. All right, Kent, you're up next with Defenders of Wildlife.
Thank you very much, Christine. I support Paul's comment since you asked.
Okay, thanks.
Following the law is important. One of the first things the law specifies as the high level needs is to whether these corridors are needed. And we as a task force have not established the need for the corridor. So, I will throw that out there. We're also, I also serve on the Suncoast corridor, and their high level need, and we're talking about high level needs. We're not talking about, high level needs should be the same, for corridors that overlap. So I feel that their high level needs that they've adopted is much better than this one. Theirs is protect, restore, enhance, and connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems. I would recommend that this task force adopt that to replace number 8 of the high level needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that input, Kent. So because we're in this open format as well, in this virtual format, to other task force members, if any of you have a reaction to that or would like to provide some input, we'd love to hear from you. In the meantime, I see Weiwei's joined us.
Hey, Ken, thank you for that comment. We shared baseline traffic conditions at meeting number 5, that's current and future conditions. These projections will be refined during our planning and project development process as we follow your recommendations and your guiding principles. And please keep in mind that as we look at the statutory needs and purposes, many of the potential needs go beyond traffic. So we're considering needs related to economic development, natural resources, etc., as well as how transportation investments can facilitate addressing these needs within the area. But we do understand your concern about the traffic. We can address that either in the verbiage in the need, in the guiding principle, or in instructions, and we'll make sure that we address them and work with you and the task force on that.
Thank you, Weiwei. I don't see any additional hands go up as in response to Kent's suggestion and Weiwei's response. Well, Valerie Hancher, I see. Is this referring to what Kent just offered up and a refinement or suggestion? Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am. Can you, I didn't quite get it all. Can he repeat what he was wanting to replace number 8 for, if I can kind of listen and hear it all again?
Sure. Kent, can you raise your hand again, if you don't
Sorry.
mind, so that no. That way he'll hop to the top. There we go. I'm gonna mute you, Valerie, and ask Kent, can you repeat what you had recommended?
Thank you very much. The word protect is the same, but then additional words beyond that are protect, restore, enhance, and connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems, period. Thank you.
Sure. Valerie, did that provide
Yes,
what you needed?
Yes, no, I just didn't get to write it all down the first time, so I was trying to, I was not going off my memory.
No, that's okay. And we'll pull all this together. And actually, as we look at these are our draft high level needs, and you'll see some of this play out a little bit differently on the guiding principles, but hopefully taking the best of what we have in this area. So we've written it down. I'm facilitating. There are other note takers around the room. So we're capturing all this and we'll bring it back to you all. Okay. Thank you, Kent, for clarifying and restating that for us. Charles, high-level needs.
Yes, and I'd like to preface this by just saying that I know there's a tendency to explain that things will be handled or addressed in the subsequent discussion of the guiding principles or the further subsequent discussion of the instructions. And I just want to say that in terms of the comments I'm making, I will not be supportive of or satisfied by the idea that we fail to address things here and then try to address them elsewhere. My comments are specifically related to the language in the draft high-level needs that I think should be changed. The first is the first bullet. And this resonates with a discussion and I believe an agreement we reached yesterday in the Suncoast Task Force on the same first bullet or a very similar first bullet. And that is that there needs to be a reference in number 1 to local government comprehensive plans that have been adopted pursuant to Florida law and have gone through the process of review by the Department of Economic Opportunity. And so I think that just as we did yesterday, there needs to be a reference here that would read something like consistent with local government comprehensive plans. And I'll leave it to you as to where to insert that in the sentence, in the draftsmanship. But I believe that we do need to use the very well-established process by which communities adopt their future land use desires and goals as a poll star. And so please insert a reference to consistency with local comprehensive plans in number 1. The second comment I have is also on number 8. And mine is similar to what you heard from Kent, but it's perhaps a little bit different. And I'll start by focusing on the term that things seem to have been sort of telescoped into, which is the generic term natural resources. Natural resources is a huge catch-all. And if you look in the in reference materials to definitions of natural resources, you'll quickly find coal, oil, and gas defined as natural resources. And I'm not sure that's what we're thinking about. My point here is that there are specific things that we have been dialoguing about that need to be protected and enhanced. One of the key ones is conservation lands, lands that have already been acquired for conservation or lands that are on a track where they are proposed for conservation land acquisition. Another one is the habitats of endangered and threatened species. Another one is key water use areas, water resource areas, such as spring sheds and recharge areas. And so I want to recommend that number 8 be made a little longer, that number 8 includes some more specifics with regard to conservation lands, wildlife corridors, spring sheds, recharge areas, and let's get a little bit more specific here rather than throwing things into the catch-all of the words natural resources. And again, I'll close by saying, please don't tell me that we'll deal with this in the guiding principles or in the instructions, because that's not, I don't think that's adequate. I think we need from the very top to start to design this with more specificity and guidance.
All right, looks like we have Wei Wei who's here to help respond, but we also, Bradley Arnold from Sumter County, his hand is up as well. And so Bradley, let's let Wei Wei kind of respond a little bit and let's look for opportunity. Then we'll come right to you as a local government representative as well on ways that we can enhance this. Wei Wei?
Charles, thank you for the very specific comments. That's exactly what we're looking for in this discussion. So once you brought these things up, we can keep the discussion thread going and hearing from other members as to what their thoughts are with regard to number 1 and number 8. And I took notes, and we have lots of note takers. I think we got what you're trying to, how you're going to try to revise these guiding these needs. But Charles, I would just ask for your patience. We're not just punting everything into the later steps. If you would let staff have a little bit of flexibility when you bring things up. If the instructions is the perfect place for it, let us suggest that to the task force. We're not just pushing everything off into instructions. We're just trying to make suggestions to make sure things fit into the right place. But the comment that you brought up today, they were perfect for this high level needs, and we wanted to hear from other members as to what their thoughts are reacting to what you said. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Wei Wei, and thank you, Charles. Bradley, your hand went up in the midst of that conversation. Is it tied to this string, or would you like to discuss one of the other high level needs?
It is tied to the string of the conversation. So with Kent and Charles in regard to modification of number 8, both raised good points. I've got no objections for that language to be, I'll call it, a little bit more specific than just the natural resources catch-all. Charles missed one of our important ones also, which is Lime Rock, which is a strategic natural resource for the state of Florida. But I do disagree with Charles related to his comments on number 1. I think the comprehensive plans not only are important, but they should be in the guiding principles, not in the high-level needs section. And the reason for that is some local governments may wind up modifying their comprehensive plan as it goes through this particular process, as well as into the PD&E and ultimately into design, because some local governments may want to accommodate, but they're not going to make those particular decisions until the PD&E lays out a corridor on whether there's going to be a no build or a build and what those limitations are on the build. So I think that would be more fitting with regard to the comprehensive plan and the guiding principles, and not at the high level need points.
Well, if I could just add, Bradley, I agree with you that comprehensive plans adopted by local governments are not static. They are not set in concrete, never to be changed. And my reference to them in number 1 is not intended to lock them down and imply that they would not be changed in the typical evolutionary way that local governments do modify their plans. So I think your concern is sort of resolved by the process. I just think that whether it's an existing comprehensive plan or whether it's a local government's desire to go through the process to change them, for example, in response to the opportunity presented by a corridor, that we're simply pinpointing that the process and the place to express the aspirational desires of communities for new growth, for protection of their existing quality of life, is within the context of those plans. And what I'm actually trying to do here is to put more of a onus on the authority of local governments to be guiding in this than anything else, because that is what the structure of our growth management process in Florida is to rely on local governments to largely make that decision with a certain level of review by the Department of Economic Opportunity. So I'm not, don't worry, I'm not trying to lock you down to your existing plan. But I do think that as plans evolve, it ought to be in the context of that Chapter 163 statute. And that's why I think we got to the decision we did yesterday in the Suncoast Task Force to add a reference to comprehensive plans in this first bullet.
Wei.
Well, the collaboration between DOT, corridor development, and the local government is going to be ongoing. I feel like it's a two-way street. Comp plans are not static. Once we adopt our recommendations, some local governments, they may wish to revise their comp plans, but from DOT's perspective and our work in developing these statewide regional corridors, we're supporting the local visions and be compatible with the comp plans as much as we can. So it's a two-way street, and we will work on language to make sure that we can keep the collaboration going and not preclude any options and lock anybody down from what the community desires.
Excellent. Thank you. That's really great exchange between local government and Charles Audubon. We have two additional hands up right now. Jason Lauritsen, who is with the Florida Wildlife Corridor, and Kurt Williams with Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I see Jason Height has also raised his hand representing the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. We're going to drive that conversation a little bit, but for those of you also task force members, we've got other information here about our economic development, and I really want you to take a moment and review these to make sure that they are refined and if there's any input you want to provide for those. So as we continue this conversation, I want to make sure that we are comprehensive in that. So Jason, I'm going to unmute you and Kurt and Jason all at the same time. So you guys are all live right now. All three of you have your hand up. Jason, did you want to loop back with the conversation that's underway right now on that Charles and Bradley brought up, or is there something in addition you'd like to introduce?
No, I was going to piggyback off of Charles' recommendations for number 8.
Sure.
I support the effort to clarify what is meant by natural resources. So I think that's a good direction. I'm happy to have the end product mention threatened and endangered species, but I would want to make sure that it's not specific to that we don't get dialed in so much that it could be interpreted as only focusing on those T&E species as natural resource protections and corridors and those things are elements that there need to make room for a much broader interpretation as well. But that's it.
Okay, great feedback. Thank you. Kurt?
Yes,
Kurt Williams, did you? Yeah.
Yes, I'm just looking at all the high-level needs and looking at the topics and the industries that it addresses. I don't see anything in there to strengthen agriculture. And I know in the guiding principles it's addressed, but agriculture is always within the top 3 economic drivers within the state. And depending on the economy, it could be number one or two. So, I'd really like to see agriculture in there as a draft high-level needs to strengthen that industry, because it does, it also touches on the natural resources, the wildlife habitat, other things that are addressed in these high-level needs. So I don't know if it would belong in number 4 or where, but I would certainly like to see agriculture, the strengthening of agriculture industry in these draft high-level needs.
I was looking at the same one. Would you be open to us looking into that? Because you're exactly right. They do show up. We'll discuss agriculture a little bit later, and it is a common thread of a lot of what we talk about. Once again, what Wei said, we're taking notes and we'll get back with you. That's a great suggestion, and looking at it looked good as well. Jennifer, I see you've popped up.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Kurt, for the comment. We do have an agriculture item in the guiding principle as a standalone guiding principle. So we will, as Christine mentioned, be talking in a little bit more detail when we get to that section, but we can also look at where it might fit in the high level needs. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you.
Excellent. So now we've got some hands going up. This is great. Kurt, thank you for that input. We'll also look at other opportunities and not just for, but if it fits somewhere else, we'll get back. Danielle, well, Jason, let's unmute you. You're self-muted. Welcome. I know you're an alternate, so thank you for leaning in and being part of today's conversation. Jason?
There we go. I think
there we go.
I think we're working now. Just
Yes,
to second the comments, two of the previous comments. One, knowing that these are in the guiding principles, but trying to make some sort of reference to the importance of working lands, agricultural in general, just to reiterate our interest in that too, because of what they provide in terms of connectivity and potential wildlife habitat. So that was just to reiterate that, or the value of that. And if it's in the guiding principles, that's good, better than not. And then the second one was agreeing to work with the group in an open forum to try and come up with some more defined definition or defined term, specific term, I guess, for number 8 instead of natural resources, knowing that we even though Fish and Wildlife Agency we would not want it to be limited to T&E species either. So just kind of voicing a second, I guess, for those two topics.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for being part of today's conversation. We've got a few more hands up. Danielle Ruiz, she's representing kind of that economic development side. So you heard the call and I appreciate you leaning in. So what did you want to contribute?
Yes, thank you, Christine. I just wanted to offer a suggestion to add to number 5, possibly the diversification of tax base or something along those lines. Typically, when it comes to jobs, for economic development, it's typically jobs, capital investment, and the enhancement of tax base. So growing the tax base with new jobs and new companies, or the expansion of existing businesses. And I think it's really important to recognize the growth in a tax base as well when economic development occurs across all different industries. And it also oftentimes lowers the drain on services and the cost of services for the residential population.
Excellent. So we'll look at that kind of economic development component to number 5 and provide some feedback to you all based on that input. So thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Valerie Hancher, your hand is up.
Hey, yes, I just wanted to go ahead and kind of agree on the number 4, adding agriculture, because in our area, of course, it's, and agriculture is just not growing things, but the horse industry, cattle industry, all of the different industries that we have in our local area, it really should be there as a to enhance it. And so I 100% agree with that. And definitely to check in with the cities about what their plans are and to make sure what their thoughts are on this whole process as well. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So that is all for the hand raise that we see for this conversation. Oh, Kurt, would you like to add something else?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I failed
That's
to
okay.
all my thoughts fully. But one other industry that we see growing tremendously in the state that's agritourism. You have ecotourism there, but agritourism is certainly a growing industry to help educate folks and give them an opportunity to go out on the farm and see kind of how things work so they understand where the food comes from. So that can be incorporated into number 4 as well.
Excellent. That's an important part of today's conversation. So thank you for that input.
Thank you.
All right. So Wow, that's been really great conversation. And, you know, we have been hearing as a task force, because of the unique nature of our 4-county area, um, the role that agriculture plays in so many different elements. So it's nice to see it elevated from an economic standpoint as well as an environmental standpoint. I think that's consistent through the conversations that we've had to date. So we'll work to remedy that, and some of the clarification that you all have provided on the 8th one, protect, connect, and enhance natural resources and habitats. Clearly, you all have shined a light on some areas that we'll want to make sure that we clean up as well. And then the diversification of the tax base, figuring out where we can weave that in along the way. So we'll get back and work on that. And if you have any additional comments that come to mind, after we end today's conversation, we have more thorough conversations on the guiding principles that make you say that really should elevate in some of our high level needs, or there's some refinement. If you have additional comments, particularly if there are some editorial changes that we didn't discuss today, you're welcome to send them to Jennifer. We're asking, she's our production lead, that we get all these edits into her by a week from today, if you don't mind, the 29th, next Wednesday. And so our collective team, we're all taking notes. We'll bring back the final draft high-level needs language to your next meeting, and that is on Wednesday, August 26th. So if you don't already have that on your calendar, please put it there. So these high-level needs will be part of that task force report that we've been talking about. So great conversation, great use of raising hand, and we try to make sure that we finish the thread of conversation when feasible. So we appreciate the virtual environment. You guys are doing great, really appreciate it. So I'm going to hand it over to Jennifer, who's going to introduce the guiding principles discussion.
Thank you, Christine. So next we will review and refine guiding principles. So based on your comments in previous meetings and technical briefings, we have 18 guiding principles, and we plan to discuss all of them today. The numerical order of the guiding principles does not indicate any priority, and we will start discussing guiding principles this morning. Then we will break for lunch. When we come back after lunch, we will continue the discussion of the remaining guiding principles. We have invited subject matter experts in areas such as natural resources, including conservation, wildlife connectivity, water resources, agriculture, and emergency evacuation to help us answer technical questions. A worksheet with draft high-level needs, guiding principles and instructions, and a PowerPoint version were posted on the website on July 16th for you to review prior to this meeting. So you may have them open from our needs discussion, but if not, you may wish to open them now and follow along with this discussion on guiding principles. The worksheet was formatted to match the framework for the task force recommendations that were presented and discussed in virtual meeting number 4. During discussion, Jen Rhodes with our task force support team will be taking live notes to capture your comments. Our intent today is to obtain your comments so that staff can refine these draft guiding principles and provide revised guiding principles before the next meeting. The discussion will include example instructions for project development and beyond. These instructions will show how the intent of the task force will be communicated when applying guiding principles to planning and other phases of the project development process. We intend to have a detailed discussion of these instructions in the next meeting. The ones shown today are a preliminary draft to provide context of where we are going. Again, just a gentle reminder for task force members to remain self-muted during the conversation to minimize background noise. And now I am going to turn it over to Billy Burke to begin the guiding principles discussion. Billy?
All right, thank you, Jennifer. I know we're running a little behind, so I'll try to blow through these first few as fast as I can. So as a refresher from our last meeting, the guiding principles are the core values that guide decisions about the corridor. They are the how we develop a corridor to address the needs. They are generally short statements supported by technical notes where needed. The guiding principles help identify avoidance and attraction areas and will help evaluate and narrow potential corridor paths courses. They will also guide decisions about corridor location, design, mitigation, and other commitments long after your report is submitted. The third step in this process, are the instructions for project development and beyond. It's not enough to recommend why and how. We also need to specify what's next. The instructions are how we make the connection from the principles back to what FDOT or specific partners do next. This could mean addressing corridor location, such as the input you have already provided to identify corridor avoidance and attraction areas. It could also mean identifying existing facilities that could be enhanced or might be opportunities for co-location. It could also mean identifying connectivity gaps that may need to be addressed through a new corridor in some parts of the study area. The instructions could also go beyond those specific location decisions to know implementation strategies that could be carried forward, refined, and implemented during planning, PD&E or project development and design, and other activities. For example, you might give general instruction about consistency with local land use plans today, recognizing that the details will be worked out over time as we move from a path course to a more specific alignment. Or you might, as the Wekiva Task Force did, make general statements about creating wildlife crossings or bridging wetlands, recognizing that locations for where that happens will get detailed over time. Ultimately, the instructions communicate the intent of the task force in applying the guiding principles. This is where we also can document some of the issues that may not be fully resolved when the report is adopted, or flag items that need more attention moving forward. We've been discussing these guiding principles at nearly every meeting so far. Staff have pulled together and consolidated the language you've discussed thus far. We have grouped together some topics into higher level statements, and we've also moved some of the more detailed topics into instructions. We also took the opportunity to review draft language from other task forces for consistency. Now we have 18 draft guiding principles that are grouped into 12 topics that we will review and discuss. Some topics have more than one principle. Again, please refer to that guiding principles worksheet as we go through this. So you see some of these groups here. We're gonna skip past that next slide. In the next 40 minutes or so this morning, actually 28 minutes or so this morning, and then after lunch, we will review and refine these guiding principles, following the framework for your recommendations that was discussed in the previous meeting. To have a comprehensive conversation and give context to the guiding principles, we have grouped them for today's work session. The numbering of the guiding principles remains consistent with your worksheet, but the order is different for our work today. This morning, we will discuss the cross-cutting guiding principles, and after lunch, we will discuss community character and economic development, followed by natural resources. Our desire is to focus on major comments during this discussion. Task force members can send minor editorial comments to Jennifer Stoltz by July 29th, and these can be reflected in the next draft. The document covers example instructions to give a sense of how these guiding principles could be implemented. We don't have time to discuss all of these today, but we can capture comments to include in a revised draft in the next meeting. Now we're going to turn the screen to Jen Rhodes, who will help capture your comments as we discuss the guiding principles. There's just a little bit of a lag. There we go. All right, so the first cross-cutting guiding principle is consistency with local comprehensive plans. So I'm just going to read through these three, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So the first one is be consistent with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions to the maximum extent possible. The next cross-cutting guiding principle, it's a little bit longer. This one says evaluate potential statewide and interregional corridor improvements in this priority order. Make safety and operational improvements to existing transportation facilities. 2, add capacity to existing transportation facilities, including co-location of facilities within existing disturbed right-of-way and other approaches to transforming existing facilities and right-of-way to accommodate additional modes, uses, and functions. Where necessary to address statewide and interregional mobility or connectivity needs, develop new transportation facilities. That's the third one. That was a mouthful. And then the last cross-cutting, it's actually split into two, but it's related to technology. So those two are apply innovative strategies to incorporate technology into corridor planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance. And then the second one is accommodate emerging vehicle and information technologies such as autonomous, connected, electric, and shared, and mobility as a service. So, Christine, we're going to go ahead and open it up for feedback and discussion on those first three.
Yes, thanks, Billy. And so Billy mentioned that, we've stepped away from the PowerPoint presentation, and here's an opportunity for us to kind of have some robust conversation on what these guiding principles. So the ones that we're focused on right now between now and lunch is all of these guiding principles tie back to all the needs. So they're what we're calling cross-cutting. So we're going to open up for conversation again, just like we've been having on the high level needs. This is a lot of information. Really do recommend, if you haven't already done so, to put your worksheet out to kind of help look at everything in context. So as we're looking at these, to be mindful of that. And then the example of the instructions for project development, that really gets back to kind of the what's next. How is that going to get implemented from design, maintenance, operations for the long term? So we're really focusing on the guiding principles, but it's important that we see that in context to the needs and examples of instructions. So once again, let's have some conversation with task force members, and we'll be playing with all of these cross-cutting ones, so we'll work through all of them. Once again, we'll open up conversation. I see what hands are up now. When I see hands pop up, I'll try to make sure that we finish that conversation. So if your hand comes up in the middle of a thought, well, I'll do my very best to check with you to make sure that it's aligned with what we're talking about, or is it a new topic altogether? And I'll come back to you then, if you don't mind. So with that, Kent, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. This is Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I recommend the first guiding principle be amended, and I'll share my thought with you. I believe that local comprehensive plan should be respected, and new routes should be consistent with the existing comprehensive plan, and just not assumed the comprehensive plans will be amended to accommodate the roads. So, I wanted to have an emphasis on this is a two-way street, that DOT is going to be working with local communities to be sure that whatever corridors are planned, it is consistent. It's just not forced through a community where they don't want it or whatever. So that's kind of the emphasis of that. I do have recommended language for the instructions, and the language that I recommend comes from the Wekiva, because we've been told many times before that the Wekiva Parkway is the model for MCORs, and so there are specific directives within the Wekiva Parkway language within the guiding principles for it that I think that should be at least included within the instructions. I've provided those to staff written, or I can also verbally tell you what I think they should be.
Why don't we, if you'll grant us a little bit of leeway here, staying focused on the guiding principles, we gave you a couple examples of what the instructions could look like. Once again, not all of our task force members are as familiar a process as others. So we did want to give some examples, but we're going to drill down on those at a future meeting, next meeting. So in the meantime,
Okay.
Kent, if you would like to submit those to Jennifer, and we'll make sure that we are capturing as many of those as possible. And when we bring those back, we look forward to that conversation at that point. Is that okay with you?
Thank you. I would like to highlight that many of these guiding principles have ambiguous conditional statements, which should be eliminated. I mean, we have conditional statements apply to guiding principles for consisting with some plans, existing or maximize existing facilities, community character, conservation lands, wildlife habitat connectivity, water, wildlife ecosystem, agriculture, but you don't have ambiguous conditional statements for the other ones. So, you know, it's only those guiding principles that deal with protecting environmental resources or community character or quality of life that you have that you have conditional statements for. So I would recommend that we consider eliminating those ambiguous conditional statements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. James, I had seen your hand went up a little bit ago, and I didn't know if it was part of this thread of conversation or separate.
It was looking at guiding principle 1 and just wondering or asking the question, could it end at visions? You know, or could we elaborate on what is meant by to the maximum extent possible? So it's more in the question than suggestion category of how that could be addressed.
All right.
I'm all for communities wanting to achieve the goals, visions, and that they have for their community, whether they want to be the next Orlando or if they want to continue to be Mayberry, just not to mean to be by any means patronizing, but you know, whatever is their vision for their community, what is expressed in their comprehensive plan, and being consistent with that. So whether it's explaining what in the more specific instructions, what that means to the maximum extent possible, or just taking that part out and going from there, or elaborating within the guiding principle itself. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you. We'll look into that and bring it back. Once again, we've got a couple local governments with their hands raised. I've unmuted Bradley Arnold and Commissioner Bryant. Is there something you wanted to add to this stream of conversation, or is there another guiding principle that you wanted to focus on?
This is Brad Arnold, and it is tied to this particular guiding principle. And I think the earlier conversation that we were having between Charles and I and Kent, you know, just shows the different views about the comprehensive plan, where Charles recognizes that they're not static. It appears that Kent views that whatever the current snapshot of the comprehensive plan is it. And I don't think FDOT has any plans of bulldozing through the local comprehensive plans at all. And so perhaps the language to the maximum extent possible gives that indication that FDOT will acknowledge that the comprehensive plan exists, but simply push it to the side because it did not meet the needs of FDOT for this particular project. So again, the consistency with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions, it could end at that statement, nothing further. And that also reiterates the point that these plans are not static. And until a corridor is actually established through the PD&E process, again, that doesn't mean that it's still a build. that no-build option is still present in the PD&E, the comprehensive plan process has to acknowledge that potential in regard to the local planning efforts to review to find out whether that proposed corridor would actually be consistent not only in the existing plan, but any potential modifications. So I think that language to the maximum extent possible being removed helps, I think, alleviate some of the concerns that FDOT is simply going to overpower these plans.
All right, that's great feedback. Clearly not the intent. So thank you so much. Commissioner Bryant, did you want to add to this conversation?
I'll just concur with Mr. Arnold's statements. He said everything that I was going to say.
Local governments like-minded. We appreciate that. Thank you. Rock Meeks, you've just raised your hand. Is that part of this conversation as well?
Yes, I totally agree with what the previous commissioner just said, without a doubt. And I'd like to add to that, as far as whenever you get into what the county's comprehensive plan, where when a road corridor is established, that truly helps as far as guiding principle goes, as to what we need to do with our comp plans, because our comp plan is totally not totally different, but our comp plan versus a municipality's comp plan, our comp plans are different. So to try to align our comp plan, with a road corridor that affects both the county and the municipality, us as counties and municipalities will have to work together as far as comp plans go once a corridor is established. That's why an established corridor would without a doubt help us through this process.
Excellent. Thank you. We really appreciate hearing from the local governments on this and sharing your voice. So thank you so much. We have two more hands up right now, both Charles Lee and Paul Owens. Paul?
Thanks, Christine. During Will's presentation this morning, he mentioned that the road must meet the need and financial feasibility tests. So I would recommend that there be kind of a threshold guiding principle that puts the task force on record as agreeing with that principle, that primary principle, that the road must meet need and financial feasibility tests before everything else moves forward on planning. That's part of the guiding principles and instructions based on the statutory needs that we sent out, 1,000 Friends of Florida sent out to task force members on Monday this week. And I would just recommend that to task force members' attention. We think it's consistent with the statutory purpose and goals from the 2019 legislation.
Will, would you like to provide some feedback?
Sure. So we've got that in statutes in two locations, one under the Turnpike statutes for Turnpike facilities, but it's also reinforced under the MCOR statute, where we have to have both those those checks, both financial and environmental feasibility, as well as 30% plans before construction is even funded. So, we can certainly emphasize that in the guiding principles, but I just want to make you aware it is in law as well.
Thanks, Will.
Excellent. Thank you, Will. Charles, your hand is up.
I presume we're just talking about number 1 at this point, because I do have comments on number 2 and suggestions there. Is that correct?
Well, I think moving on to number 2 will be just as fine as well. I think we've had really good conversation.
Let me do number 1 first, and then we'll go to number 2. I just as we agreed yesterday in the Suncoast meeting to remove the words "to the maximum extent possible," I support that, and I'm glad to hear Bradley supports that. However, I don't think that's a sufficient move to address the ambiguity of this proposed guiding principle. There is no statewide plan. I don't know what you're referring to when you refer to a statewide plan in the first thing that is referenced in number 1. Hopefully you're not referring to chapter 187 of the Florida statutes, where a 1970s list of aspirational ideas was listed as the quote state comprehensive plan, close quote, because there's really no guidance in that. It is so broad and vague that it does not provide any significant guidance. But if it's not that you're referencing in the way of a statewide plan, I don't know what it is. So I think that's an unfortunate ambiguity that needs to be removed. With regard to the term visions, again, I don't know what that refers to. I mean, there are all kinds of quote visioning, close quote, efforts that take place. Some of them are done by governments. Others are done by nonprofit or even profit-making groups that get a group of people together in a community and create a quote vision, close quote. Do those rise to the same dignity as the local government comprehensive plan? I don't think so. They could become an amendment to the comprehensive plan, in which case they would. But the vision itself is just somebody's statement of an idea. And I just don't see that as being something that's here. I think that there are 3 kinds of plans that deserve to be followed in the context of this guiding principle. The first is the local government comprehensive plans, both as they are today and as they may evolve through amendments by the local governments. The second is the regional policy plans, again, something that is a statutory creation that are adopted by the regional planning councils. And then the third is the state transportation plan, which is adopted by DOT and then articulated in the 5-year plans of the DOT. Again, that's referred to in the transportation statutes. Those are the 3 kinds of plans that have force and effect under law, and they have some substance to them. And so I would recommend that we reference those: the local government comprehensive plans, the regional policy plans adopted by the regional planning councils, and finally the state transportation plan. And I would discard a vague reference to a quote statewide plan that doesn't exist, and I would discard a reference to visions, which can basically mean anything. And I would also again agree with removing the words maximum extent possible. So that's my input on number 1. If you want me to go to number 2 now, I will, or if you want a dialogue on number 1, I'll wait for that dialogue. Christine, whatever your preference is.
Are there any other hands up? I'm sure there are.
No,
No.
not at
Okay.
this point.
Okay, Jen, I think at this point, let's add a note that says more specificity on plans. And obviously we have more detailed notes here. And then I think I heard everyone agree with removing to the maximum extent possible. Is that fair?
I had not heard of anyone who insisted on keeping it.
Okay, so let's just do a strike through on that, Jen. Yep, and let's do a strike through from 2. Yep. Okay. Those are the 2 big things I heard.
All right. And Charles, as we think through, the goal here is, to have, there is some fluidity in the way that our communities evolve, whether it's how shall we grow in Central Florida or updating long-range transportation plans. It's not static. And I think that there was a recognition here of that fluidity and addressing, kind of the community desire for what it ultimately wants to be and its evolution, and FDOT in partnership with other agencies to help fulfill that. That was the intent, but we will work to clarify that, and a lot of it, as we get into, will be in the instructions. So,
Yeah,
wow, that was.
I agree with that, and I would just point out as an example with regard to the fluidity, Christine.
You want to lean into your mic just a little bit, Charles?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, one of the key provisions in the Wekiva Parkway and Protection Act that evolved out of the Wekiva Task Force was an instruction by the local governments to go back and amend their comprehensive plans. And so the fluidity is there, and it needs to be there. That's not the point. The point is that when we're referencing plans that should serve as guidance, we need to hone it down to those plans that have lawful force and effect, as opposed to just aspirational things that do not.
Excellent. All right. We got you. We wrote some notes here. We've made it through guiding principle, the first one, the cross-cutting. A lot of great conversation. We also think that spending a little bit more time early on helps us better understand process and so forth. So, Charles, I know you wanted to go into the next one. So if we can scroll. A lot of us are all in the same room, but we're socially distant. So that's why you see us turning our heads occasionally. So there we go. All right, thanks, Jen. So this is the maximizing use of existing facilities. Billy, you want to hit this one again real quick?
Yeah, so evaluate potential statewide and interregional corridor improvements in this priority order. Number 1, make safety and operational improvements to existing facilities. 2, add capacity to existing facilities, including co-location, I'm paraphrasing, within existing disturbed right-of-ways, and other approaches to transforming existing facilities and right-of-way to accommodate additional modes, uses, and functions. And then 3rd, where necessary to address statewide and interregional mobility or connectivity needs, develop new transportation facilities. So we'll start there, Charles.
All right, so it is just time check here. Getting close to 11:30. We do know that we do have some task force members that have a hard stop then. So let's, why don't you give us some insight of what you feel about this one, Charles, and be mindful that we've got just a couple minutes, but we'll pick this conversation right back up after 1 o'clock.
Well, first of all, in general, I strongly support this guiding principle and the hierarchy that it creates in decision making. I think that this is exactly the approach that needs to be taken. My only substantive request for a change is in number 3, and it relates to the words "where necessary." Just as we agreed in the Suncoast Task Force discussion of this yesterday, we agreed to a change there. And I believe, if I recall it correctly, the change was you move to number 3, which is basically a new route, a greenfield route. You move to that only when 1 and 2 don't work. Only when 1 and 2 have been exhausted, then you move on to number 3. That's a little different implication than the words "where necessary." So I would just refer you to the dialogue we had yesterday at Suncoast on these exact words and the consensus we reached there, and would suggest that replicating that here would be the desirable thing to do.
Excellent. That's probably a great jumping off point for us to consider. And I do want to make sure we have a handful of task force members that serve on more than one task force. We want to make sure that we have a full conversation here at this task force, and we're managing what's overflowing from other ones, because we do want to make sure that all of the task force members that are here today are part of this conversation. So it's always great to bring the best and the brightest from the other ones, and we will continue to share. But I want to make sure that we try to keep the conversation very open with everyone here at the table. So Billy, you got that information. We'll think through that. We've got about an hour and a half during this lunch break. I'd like to hand it over to the chairman to help us go into the 11:30 break.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christine, and thank you, task force members, for the great dialogue this morning. It is very engaging. We would like to begin promptly at 1 when we return from lunch, so we ask during the break that you keep your computer logged in. If you cannot or need to disconnect, please be sure to log in a little bit early, a little bit before 1 o'clock, so that we can resume the meeting promptly. We're going to have the program muted during this time, and if you need technical assistance during the break, please reach out to Tommy Bull at the email listed on the screen. Again, thank you. Okay, welcome back from lunch, task force members. We're looking forward to continuing the conversation as we work on refining our guiding principles. Please remember that if you're having any technical difficulties, you can raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you to help resolve those. Now, I will hand it off to Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a reminder for the end of the day today, we have public comment period at the end. So those of you in the public, you must register to be able to comment during the public comment portion of today's virtual meeting. Any requests made online to provide public comment virtually needs to be received by 2:30 today. And if you are at the public viewing areas, then via a speaker card, and that can be addressed during the public comment period as well. If you've not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting, but still wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event or by completing a speaker card at one of the on-site viewing locations. If you need a link emailed to you, please use the virtual raise hand function, and one of our team members will email the link to help you sign up. As always, you can send comments to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, and that address is on the screen. All right, well, we look forward to hearing from you all later today. So, Billy, shall we get back to continuing with reviewing the guiding principles?
Yes, ma'am. So we left off with the second guiding principle, the second kind of overarching guiding principle with respect to maximizing the use of existing facilities. So we got a comment from Charles that he strongly supports this one and mentioned that number 1 and number 2 should be exhausted before moving on to number 3. So that's where we stand on this one. Are there any other comments or feedback for this guiding principle?
Valerie Hancher, I see your hand has gone up.
Yes, ma'am. Just kind of for clarification, when other members of our task force, since we're not there, you can't see our eyes or anything. Do you want us to respond, yes, we want that changed, or are you just doing it because one person is saying it? Just for clarification.
We want dialogue, absolutely.
Okay, well, but I guess what I'm asking as a point of order, when there is something like that happening, do you want us all to say to raise our hands or not to raise our hands? I guess, but that's what I'm trying to just say, that it's clear that everybody is in agreement or not agreement.
Yes, I think that that's a great clarifying point here. If people are in agreement and don't see a need to change, we can continue moving on in our conversation. If you would like to amend what was being said or look for something for clarification, we look for you to raise your hand. And just like we would do if we were in one of our real face-to-face meetings, but assuming that you're good unless you're asking additional questions or looking for additional feedback.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't ignoring you when I'm agreeing.
No, no, thank you so much.
Welcome.
We also have Bradley Arnold has raised his hand, his virtual hand. Bradley?
Yeah, I do support Charles's proposed changes, not because it's consistent with the other task force, but it's also been consistent with some of the past FDOT studies that Sumter County's participated in, is to look at those existing corridors for how that capacity may be able to meet the needs.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that's why some of these are cross-cutting as well. So I see no other hands raised, or unless I see one raised, we'll move on.
Okay, Jen, let's capture something real quick on here. So after necessary, or maybe highlight where necessary, and then add a note after that, that we need to address item 1 and item 2, and then we can wordsmith that. I mean, for me, that captures it for now.
All right.
Okay.
Great.
All right, third, and if you can scroll down to the third one. This is the third topic, technology. There are actually, again, 2 guiding principles with this one. Number 3 is apply innovative strategies to incorporate technology into the corridor planning, design, construction, operations, and maintenance. And then the 4th one is accommodate emerging vehicle and information technology such as autonomous, connected electric, and shared vehicles, and mobility as a service. So any feedback or comment on this one?
Are there any hands? I mean, we go back to when we talked about electrification of technology, even when we talked about wildlife corridors and how we use technology possibly along the way for that. So that's why it's cross-cutting for all of them. Charles, I see you raised your hand.
Yeah, just to make clear, this is the spot where I think you would deal with the issue of electronic tolling and the potential capability to distinguish between travelers on the same road without having to build additional infrastructure like non-tolled lanes. So if you had transponders that would recognize the locality of the license plate of the driver and then allow that driver to pass over a given section of road without paying a toll. However, because it was really local traffic, but however, you had others that passed through, say, coming from Alabama to Tampa, and on that same section of road, they would pay a toll. Unfortunately, this was not available at the time the Wekiva Parkway was designed, and so they had to build extra non-tolled lanes at, I think, north of 600 million, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 600 million of cost for the non-tolled lanes. Today, I think we can handle that electronically and not have to pour all that concrete.
Charles,
So
is that
this may or may not capture it? I don't know.
Well, my fear is to get into too much detail on the guiding principle. I wonder if that one is better served as a instruction, given how detailed that is. I just tossed that out there. I'm not.
Yeah, perhaps. I just want to make sure that the language that it's agreed, if you will, that the language of this guiding principle encompasses that possibility.
I would suggest by looking at number 3, just looking at innovation and strategies. If that is something that comes about, I think that fits within that larger umbrella.
I mean, you might clarify it just by adding the words "and tolling." So, you know, to add tolling as one of the innovative strategies that responds to the availability of these electronics.
Wei Wei, did you want to offer something? Oh, maybe not.
Now, I was gonna kind of echo what Billy said because of the specificity of Charles's recommendation, and we'll look at the language to see if we can add tolling in there, and then the more detailed instruction would probably be better to live under instructions. Charles, we know that you've had this idea all along. We just showed a few sample instructions. It's not that we haven't captured this thought, so we understand what you're coming from.
Yeah, I think if you just add the word tolling in that list, like construction, operations, tolling, and maintenance, you will cover it.
Yeah, let's put a note there.
Okay, and I know for people that do transportation planning and design, tolling is really part of operations. But Jen, let's just make a note after operations. Yep, just to capture it.
Yep.
And then we can wordsmith a little bit more. Is that good for you, Wei Wei?
Yep, that's very good.
Okay.
All
With the
right.
understanding that it may turn into a instruction, but we've got it captured nonetheless.
Thank you, Charles. All right. Anything else on accommodating emerging vehicle and information technology? All right.
We're cruising this afternoon.
There you go.
On to the one related to community character. And I heard someone mention, and I know we're really not going into the instructions, but I'm going to read this one just because I think it captures some of the discussion from earlier. So related to community character, this one is avoid or minimize impacts to the rural communities and attractions where feasible. And this is one where we came up with just an example draft instruction that talks about incorporating context sensitive solutions. So that is things like lighting and landscaping and even sometimes the geometry and the actual design of the roadway to fit in with, again, it's just what it sounds like, the context of the community. So I know some people mentioned that, not in those words earlier, but I just want people to know that we are thinking about that, and that is covered on this one. So with that, I'll open it up for feedback.
All right. We've heard a lot from local governments along the way today, really thinking about the character of their community. So if this is one that speaks to you or you would like to see amended, we look forward to you raising your hand for that. In the meantime, we do have Charles, and his hand is raised again. Charles?
Yeah, 2 points with regard to this one. I think that this is a place to insert the word agricultural lands. I think that would be useful. And finally, with regard to your description of the instruction language, the words context-sensitive solutions mean something to you. But I think outside the world of your consultancy and the way you would apply those things, I think that's a very ambiguous term that could mean anything. So if you're talking about a particular thing like lighting or some other aspect that you are interested in, then I think you should specify it rather than using buzzwords which people scratch their head and try to figure out what mean. But also in this instruction, again, the weakness of this instruction is that the solution is probably very often going to be not to blaze a new road through the middle of the community or through the middle of some prime agricultural lands. And therefore, you really need to be thinking about the avoidance aspect. These things in your example instruction are just sort of ornaments on the Christmas tree to maybe lessen the pain if you were to put a road through the middle of one of our rural agricultural communities. So I think there needs to be something in that implementation language instructions that essentially goes to the question of avoidance. That's it.
I see Billy still writing some notes
Sorry.
down over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles, that was a very good suggestion. At today's meeting, we're focused on the guiding principles, but when we're capturing all ideas. So like what you said, that's a good instruction, but we will have more time to discuss instructions specifically in future meetings, but we're capturing all the ideas. In our August meeting, we're going to bring back the revised version of the guiding principles and sample instructions responding to what you talked about today.
Yeah, Charles, that is fair. That is, I guess that would be considered as jargon, and we can definitely put some definition to that or some examples in there. Yeah, that's no problem.
It's called DOT speak.
So I guess, are there any other hands raised before I try to kind of summarize this one?
Well, Kent has just raised his hand as well. Kent Wimmer with Defenders of Wildlife.
I'll just point out there is also ambiguous conditional phrasing in this that where feasible, I recommend be eliminated, please. Thank you.
Well, Billy,
yes.
That issue has come up a couple times. We've thought a little bit about some of the language that gives us room for movement, and sometimes that also allows for improvements along the way, where it's feasible. And I guess our goal was to make sure that we're not completely limiting ourselves along the way, but we'll look into this where feasible as well. As
Well, it seems to me that you're providing an out that whatever DOT feels is feasible, reasonable, whatever conditional word you want to use, you're going to be able to do it and ignore the rest of the avoidance or minimize. So, there's in comprehensive planning, those terms aren't allowed to be used because they're essentially meaningless. So I'm just recommending that I understand the thought, and you're trying to create flexibility, but you're also building in, a way to ignore the guiding principles as well.
Yeah, I think the ME in Amy sort of got morphed into this. Obviously avoid is first, minimize, and kind of the mitigate and enhance would obviously come if those two couldn't happen. Wei, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Kent. It's not intended as a cop-out for DOT. We're committed to following your recommendations, but we can work on these words to make them clear and get rid of the qualifying language wherever we can, and then maybe in the instructions to build in the flexibility if we need to.
Thank you very much for recognizing that point.
So back to Charles's request to add agricultural lands in there. I don't know if there's anyone some of the task force members where that's their area of expertise or interest, if they agree with that.
Kurt, I see your hand. Wow. You got a lot of people interest right here. So Kurt, let me unmute you real quick. And Matt Cernsey as well. And Valerie Hancher. So let's start with Kurt. You were the first to the table. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, if I could you get Charles to repeat exactly what he was proposing? Did you hear me?
Charles, can you raise your, yes, Charles, can you raise your hand again real quick so I can? So you heard, Charles, you heard Kurt request you restating that.
Yeah, I would just insert in number 5, avoid or minimize impacts to the rural communities, important agricultural lands, and attractions. And I would put a period after attractions, and I would drop the words where feasible.
Can I interject here real quick? I didn't think of this earlier, but we do have a guiding principle specifically for agriculture. And Jen, you don't have to scroll down to it. Let me just read it. It's avoid to the extent feasible impacts to agricultural lands, prime farmlands, and timberlands. Maybe that's not the exact language, Charles, but does that, maybe it makes more sense to keep that there?
I think that, I have no objection.
I don't want to water it down.
No, I have no objection to that.
Okay.
I do want to make one point with regard to the words where feasible. I don't think you have to keep repeating where feasible and other qualifiers in these principles. And the reason I don't think you need to do that is because if you go to the statute that was passed as a result of the passage of Senate Bill 1768 in 2019, and you look at the effect of the task force's recommendations, there are what some would argue are abundant weasel words in that statute that make clear that the recommendations of the task force are going to be, and I forget whether it was to the greatest extent practicable or to the greatest extent feasible or something, will be followed. That's in the statute. So it's a given for all of these recommendations, whether I like that or not. So you don't have to keep adding words to each of these to repeat what the statute already provides you with in the way of flexibility.
Right. We have quite a few hands up that came up as we wanted to dive a little bit deeper on agriculture. Does it make sense to scroll on down to that just as we have the attention of?
We can do that.
Jen, do you mind scrolling down? Just I saw some hands up and I want to make sure we address it. So let's start with this, and then Matt and Kurt and Valerie, since you all are kind of jumped in, it got your attention, it seemed like. Let's go ahead and address number 13. Billy?
Oh, I'm sorry. So avoid to the extent feasible impacts to agricultural lands, prime farmlands, and timberlands.
So Matt and Kurt, does that begin to be a more holistic guiding principle for what you intended and envisioned?
Yes. Does that count the conservation lands as well? Is that captured somewhere in one of our guiding principles, or should that be added into this guiding principle?
Conservation lands is the one right above it. But agriculture is one of those, we had kind of a hard time with it because it's agriculture. Again, you have Florida Rural and Family Lands Protection Program, so that could be considered kind of a conservation aspect of it. And then we've even heard a lot of things like the economic development aspect. So agriculture is different things to different people. So I don't know if you're talking about more of the rural family lands protection program, maybe being construed as a conservation element of agriculture, or if you're just making sure that conservation lands are covered somewhere else.
I was
Either
referring
way,
to
yeah.
the rural family. Yes, I was referring to the rural and family lands conservation.
Okay. So again, that is a more detailed item that we have started to draft an example instruction for.
Since my mic is still open, I just would again recommend the dropping of the words "to the extent feasible."
Thank you. And Kurt, that was you. Matt, did you want to add
Yeah.
something?
So I would, and I know we have the farmlands protection part of it, but we also have a listing of what's considered pioneer farms, and I'm not sure how many are in that area, and that may have been one of the things we needed to add on our layers. I know we have a few in Hawthorne, but we may want to look at that as well in those areas, and Commissioner Meeks could probably address that better than I could over there.
Pioneer farms?
Yeah, it's basically farms that have been around for over 100 years.
Oh.
Okay.
It's a state designation, I believe it is.
Okay, we can look into that. Interesting.
I think it's a centurion or something like that.
So that's an actual I mean, someone has designated those.
Oh yeah, there's a whole process to it, application, proof that
Okay.
it's been in multiple generations. I know there's only one that I know of in Hawthorne, but we have a few across the state that have that designation. And I would just, instead of cutting their farm in half or not giving them the opportunity to avoid those, I think that would be good too. You know, especially whenever you see some of these older farms, they're still just doing smaller operations and not these big, huge operations that the people making the decision may see the value in a huge operation more than basically one of these older historic farms.
Okay.
All right. Great input.
Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Jason, your hand has gone up. I'm sorry, Jason Height. Sorry, we have two Jasons, don't we?
Okay, yeah, I was hoping you'd clarify that for me. I have one question, and this hits to something that I think we've mentioned a couple times for consistency across task forces, because I have a feeling that the others should have something similar to this agriculture guiding principle. What makes the agricultural lands, prime farmlands, and timberlands mutually exclusive and separate from one another?
Yeah, I see your point. I mean, typically prime farmlands are something that is an actual designated, like a data layer on GIS. Timberlands, not so rigidly defined. So what is your suggestion?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself to be an expert on the ag kind of subdivisions. I mean, we use working lands a lot to describe as a catch-all, but that you could say agricultural or working lands. I mean, that's totally up to the group, but I would imagine that this is going to be something that would encapsulate some of the other things that people mentioned, the horse and cattle farms, row crops, silviculture, all of that. So I was just, and then I think it was Charles that also made a nod to the, let's get this in layman's terms as much as possible without, simplifying it too much. So I think for clarity's sake, and maybe to benefit this concept for the other groups, we might want to see if we can find a make a note or something and find a
Yeah,
more.
I don't know if it was Wekiva or maybe I-75 Relief Task Force, but there was something, Wei, you probably remember this. There was something more along the lines of like economically viable farmlands or something. There was a little bit more of a catch-all term used. Maybe we can look into that term that grabs more under that umbrella.
Billy, this might be the time to call a friend. We have a,
Yeah,
we have a, yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, I understand the comments that we need to have kind of better definition to capture all aspects. So I kind of wanted to hear from the SME. So let's see. Javier, are you there?
Javier, there you go. I've unmuted you.
And I'm turning on the camera if it works.
So this is the first that we've tapped into our subject matter expert. So we have called a friend. So Javier Pagan, you've listened to the conversation. Do you have some recommendations, insight, or?
Broadening the definition is probably important because prime and unique farmlands are a federal designation. Varies depending, it exists whether it's, it doesn't necessarily exist if you're not getting federal dollars. So you have to qualify carefully within the state definitions and the federal ones. Silviculture, there are layers from the USDA and the Forest Service that do account for that. So we can recognize that a little bit more directly to provide the assistance they're requesting so that it can be seen more clearly. I used to call them legacy farms rather than pioneer farms, but that's also a list that, and Billy, I think I just sent it to you a few minutes ago.
Okay.
The list
right.
from the state of Florida, from FDACS, that has the pioneer farms listed by county. But I would recommend you do broaden the definition a little bit because prime farmlands is a very specific designation by the NRCS, the Natural Resource Conservation Service of the USDA. So it's somewhat limiting in its definition.
Yeah, from the I-75 effort, we identified them as economically productive rural lands. I'm not saying that we use that for this group, but that could be one of the considerations.
Maybe using the definition might be better than using the actual prime farmland moniker. Because it's the prime part is it's a federal jargon. I mean, it's prime and unique farmlands by the federal government. So maybe broadening it to actually what the definition says rather than the specific word.
All right, Jen, let's so we don't forget this. Let's I would just say after timberlands, just another one of your parentheses and italicized red notes to broaden definition, and that'll bring us to these notes.
Thank you, Javier.
No problem. I'm going dark.
Kurt, I see your hand is still up, but before I go to you, Jason Height, does that seem to get to where you were encouraging us to bend a little bit to find better language?
Certainly, it does. And Javier actually mentioned a prime example that people in our agency and my office work with, some of the NRCS designations. So that's perfect.
Excellent. Thank you. It was good to have the friends on standby. All right. Thanks, Jason. Charles, I see your hand is up. Is there something else you wanted to add to the conversation on the agriculture?
Yeah, I agree with the idea of broadening it. And I agree with the removal of the word prime. I think that would be useful because it is a rather limited federal program. But I don't think we should get down to generic terms like rural economic activities or anything like that. I think we ought to mention the commonly understood agricultural operations, which would easily be encompassed by farmlands, silviculture, cattle ranches. All of the breadth of that needs to be here. And again, it needs to be in terms that are other than buzzwords. we need to mention a broad array of agricultural types, 3 or 4 of them, at least farmlands, silviculture, ranching, to make sure that we're not creating a situation where down the line someone says, oh, but that's a tree farm, that wasn't included. So that's all.
All right.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, Charles, this is a good comment that, we broaden the definition, but we don't broaden it too much so it becomes platitude and it doesn't really address the things that we wanted to avoid. So that's a great comment, and just give staff some flexibility and let us work some things out and bring back for you to react to next time.
Excellent. Thanks. Valerie Hancher, your hand has raised. Did you want to talk about this guiding principle?
Just real quick, and maybe I've missed it in some of the others, but hunting lands, where would that fit in to these areas?
Yeah, that's another squishy one. Because it could
Sorry.
be, well, no, it could be any of these things, right? And I don't know that there's really it's something that defines where a hunting land is. I don't know. There's areas where it's prohibited.
Right. Well, I mean, and for example, some of your tree farms, the larger ones, are leased out to hunting clubs.
Yep.
Gothy Forest, that's a prime example of where, people have hunted for generations. So I just don't know where that is in our history or something to that effect. Excuse me.
Yeah, Valerie, that's a great point. I think it came up in previous meetings as well. It's important for this area. So let us put some thoughts into it and come up with some options. It could fit here. It could fit into the protect the environment. So we'll find a good place for it, either in a guiding principle or in a instruction, to make sure that, Billy, we just need to make sure that this thought doesn't get lost.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. And just on the last kind of on that is also, it's an industry of some sort, but the fishing industry, commercial, of course, but even the sports fishermen and those types of things, the backwaters and such. So it's just, I guess, we're trying to protect everything, of course, but those are things that we definitely need in these guiding principles to protect and preserve for future generations.
Yeah, I wonder if it would fit into ecotourism, but let us kind of all explore a little bit more about hunting, fishing. So we'll find a good place for it and make sure it's considered, not the thought doesn't get lost.
Thank you very much.
And Valerie, when you were bringing that up, I saw Matt Cerncy's hand go right up. So since he brought us Legacy Pioneer Farms, I'm sure you might have a good solution for us here as well. Matt?
Yeah, so I was just going to say much of the hunting lands are also, especially in our area, are also silviculture or some other type of designation as well, just whenever y'all started bringing that up. So that may help out.
All right.
Yeah, my guess is most of the hunting lands are probably covered under something we're covering somewhere else, whether it's a national forest, state forest, farmlands, agricultural land. So, but yeah, we'll like Weiwei said, we'll get it in there.
We can look at the language. Thanks.
Yep.
All right, we have a couple of hands up again. Kent Wimmer and Charles Lee. Kent?
Thank you. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I'd like to put a little finer point on it. I think, what we're trying to do, and what I'll recommend, and maybe this is an instruction, it's do not fragment farms and forests, creating unmanageable or unprotective tracts or fragments. I think that's the point of what a lot of us are trying to, at least I'm trying to get to, is do not fragment farms and forests, creating unmanageable or unproductive tracts or fragments. Maybe that's a guiding principle. Maybe that's an instruction.
Maybe. All right, we've captured that. Thank you so much. All right, Charles.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on the question of hunting lands, there are really two categories of hunting lands. The first category is going to already be covered under the guiding principles 7 and 8. Because a great deal of our hunting lands, wildlife management areas are identified as conservation lands. The second category of hunting lands are those that are private, and they would be on mostly agricultural lands. They'd be on ranches, they'd be on silviculture lands. And so if we're going to give recommendations to avoid impacting those areas, then we are by definition giving recommendations to avoid impacting private hunting land. So I think that it would be covered in those two respects. I'm very interested in making sure it is covered, but I think between protecting agricultural lands, including ranches and silviculture, and protecting I think it's handled in conservation lands as well. So.
All right, great. Thank you for that input. Eric, we haven't heard from you. Eric Anderson is with Enterprise Florida.
Just had a comment on the fragmentation of the land. I really don't think the fragmentation is as big of an issue as allowing them access to the road for them to actually do business and conduct their, logistics that they have to.
So getting back to the economic development side that we had talked about earlier is ensuring access to the marketplace is something that I hear you.
Well, it's not just the marketplace, but they'll need access to the road to be able to move their equipment around, or their, cattle crossings under it to be able to drive their cattle from one side of it to the other. I think those are bigger issues than actually the fragmentation of the land, where the road will also help with the adapting change in agriculture, and the fact that our supply chain has to change. If COVID-19 hasn't showed us that an agriculture supply chain has to change, and we need to get a better supply chain going, I mean, I don't know what has. So that's just my comments on the fragmentation.
And Eric, I want you to keep that statement in mind when we go back to guiding principle number 6 in economic development, to make sure that we don't lose sight of what you've brought forward here on the agricultural component of economic development. So I've got a note here to come back to you for that one. Good. Can we, Kent, you wanted to continue the string of conversation?
Yes, I just wanted to respond. This probably goes more to the PD&E and identifying alignments. I mean, when you're picking out an alignment, it's better to, instead of going through the middle of a ranch, to go at the edge of the ranch. That way you might be able to preserve the characteristics of the ranch. I'm definitely not saying, you shouldn't put underpasses and things like that, agricultural underpasses, to serve those needs. I'm saying, about how do you lay out these corridors without going through the middle of someone's farm when you could have gone around the edge or forest.
Sure.
Again, that's a perfect example of an instruction. I mean, that's absolutely something we just noted, and yeah, that's a great example.
Good.
I just think it needs to be set at this level, so when you're beginning to your analysis, your PD analysis of where you're going to look at, you're going to be looking for property lines instead of big green spaces instead, maybe.
Yeah, well, and when they're doing that, they're going to be looking at these guiding principles and instructions. So, just like I said, perfect place.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kent.
Jen, real quick before we move off this one, I'm sorry, Christine, are there any other hands on? No. All right, Jen, let's just maybe after where it says broaden definition, just hit enter. And I just want to capture these 3 words to remember to edit. Do put hunting, and you just do a comma between them, fragmentation and access. Okay, thank you.
All right, so these are notes for us, items of interest that have been brought up by you all. So we'll look to refine this based on your input and when we bring it back to you in August. All right, so I had asked that we shift down to agriculture to make sure we capture this. Do we want to go back up to where we had left off? Sorry, Jen.
I believe we left off at economic development.
Okay.
So economic development, the draft guiding principle we have is develop infrastructure that enhances economic development and employment opportunities.
So this limits nothing, right? I mean, we can imply the agricultural component here as well. Earlier, we also heard on the high-level needs from Danielle of the kind of the diversification of the economy and growth of that. Do we feel as if, or you, task force members, that this is inclusive of what you would like to see for guiding principles? All right, Valerie.
Just a thought, because again, I'm out in the rural areas and the job force, the jobs are out over in Ocala, E1, FedEx, you name it. Is this an area that we could maybe put in helping the local organizations and with their mass transit as for us it'd be SunTran to somehow get those the transportation needs of the outline to go into the big towns, and I don't know how you would do it there.
That's great. Could that maybe once again be an instruction?
Okay.
And I'm scrolling down too, just looking and seeing if it maybe is better suited under the transportation network connectivity item. I mean, again, some of these, they cross different topics, so it's not, one's not necessarily right or wrong. It's just which one does it fit best into.
Right. And because again, oh, go ahead.
I'm putting a note on the one that Billy just mentioned, the transportation network connectivity, and I'll make sure that we elevate that as well there.
Yeah.
All right, that's great, because I mean, it also helps us with our elderly who need to get to doctor's appointments. And again, if we can get the transit systems, that helps get traffic off of the highways, which is just a bonus for everybody.
All right, thank you so much. Paul Owen has raised his hand. Paul? Looks like you're self-muted, Paul. Might want to take that off.
There we go. You hear me now?
There you go. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just on the economic development, not only enhancing economic development and employment opportunities, but also I think this should reflect some sensitivity to the existing businesses in rural communities, protecting existing businesses in rural communities, because depending on the alignment of a highway, if it diverts traffic away, or if it creates a new pocket of businesses that diverts traffic from existing businesses, then there's going to be damaging impact on existing businesses. So I think a guiding principle should acknowledge that. And I know we're not talking about instructions now, but there are ways in the planning, I think, in the instructions that could provide some measure of protection for existing businesses.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Charles?
Yes, the issue that I have with this relates to the question again of compatibility with comprehensive plans. All economic development is not necessarily good. And that would be sort of a pop-up facility that is being proposed on the fly by some entrepreneur who says, hey, I can do the following out here and bring in a lot of jobs. And it's not something that the community is really planned for. It's not like the future land use map showing a new industrial area, which would be the appropriate way to deal with a comprehensive planning issue. It's sort of, if you will, a rogue kind of thing. And so there really needs to be some, enhancing economic development and employment opportunities needs to have some community reality to it. And it will have community reality if, in terms of the aspirations of the local government for what they want to see in the way of future growth, they are planning for it. And so I recommend a linkage again and a modifier word here that enhances economic development and employment opportunities consistent with future land use maps in the local government comprehensive plan or something to that effect. This is too open-ended.
Charles, if the cross-cutting guiding principles that we talked about earlier on, and number one being consistent with regional plans, that's cross-cutting across all, so that kind of has that trickle down all the way across. Does that address what your concern is?
Yes, it could if it's specific enough. If it's very clear that we are referring to local government comprehensive plans as one consistency element. And again, going back to that discussion we had with Bradley, not freezing it in time. If you want to add a new industrial area, a local government can amend its plan, which may be appropriate. So I think if you handle it robustly enough in that sector, it should, if you will, trickle down to the others.
And I like that idea because I think if we start mentioning it in too specific in too many areas, it gets watered down.
All right, well, this has driven some additional conversation. I see some hands up, Eric Anderson and Commissioner Bryant both. I'm going to unmute you both at the same time. So, Commissioner, did you want to contribute here
Sure,
or make some recommendations?
Yeah, I mean, I think that with the economic development guiding principle, I think you could add 2 words to that would satisfy what Charles was talking about, and it would just be where appropriate. So develop infrastructure and enhances economic development and employment opportunities where appropriate, or where it is appropriate, however you want to phrase that. I don't think that, I don't want this guiding principle to be interpreted as if we are creating a path to create economic development.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yes, and once again, for all the same reasons that it's tied to the first guiding principle of it being within regional local plans, there's that kind of collective agreement and conversation of where and how all this gets implemented. So, all right. Eric?
Hold on, let me just finish that thought. And I understand,
sorry.
That's okay, and I understand that, but coming from our world, what you have to understand is perception is reality, and someone from the general public reading that the way that it was originally stated could perceive that it's being built to the road. Going back to my original comment is that the path is being chosen for economic development.
Thank you for that vantage point. That's important. All right, Eric, did you want to add to this as well with Enterprise Florida?
She is right, especially with economic development. Perception is reality. What most people don't get is economic development is not just one thing. It is a lot of things combined together, and they all have to move fluidly. And it starts out with a community's vision, which turns into their comp plan, which they have to go and change their zoning to meet their zoning with this. So I keep hearing this going back and back again. Everybody wants it to be consistent with their comp plan. And, you know, comp plans change every 5, 10, 15 years, and it changes with the vision of the new people in the community. And I just want to go on record as stating that to put it down here that it has to go with that comp plan, and what it sounded like is everybody wants it to mirror the comp plan that's in place right now, where all of these comp plans are going to have to change wherever this road goes through, because it's going to totally change the whole outlook in the community. So all these comp plans are going to have to change, and they're going to have to be fluid with the new vision that the community is going to have.
I feel that this is where the collaboration with the locals is going to happen. And I think what we're trying to say is that when we develop these infrastructure to enhance and support, we're going with the locals' preference, but we'll find some words that would capture all these thoughts. Commissioner Bryan, does that address your concern?
Yes.
Okay,
did you get me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So Billy, we can make a note here. It's the locals' preference.
Okay.
Eric, did you want to add something to that?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Oh, okay. Your hand's up.
Oh, I didn't turn it down?
Oh, I didn't either. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, you're good.
All right.
We're ready to sum it up?
We are.
Okay. Okay, Jen, let's add the following. I don't know where we'll incorporate this, but I want to get Mr. Owen's comment about protecting existing businesses. So maybe that's just on a line after that line you just wrote. Actually, after opportunities, put a comma and put where appropriate. I think there was consensus on that one. And then you have local preference in there. So that's everything. That's the big points I had.
Billy, a hand kind of quickly went up and back down. I just want to make sure we don't miss anything. Danielle, did you want to add to this? I saw it go up and then come back down. I just want to make sure, as we are focused on economic development, that you have a moment if there's something here that you want to discuss. You are self-muted right now, so we can't hear you.
Thank you for letting me know.
Sure thing.
Yes, I think this guiding principle is very broad, which I think is appropriate for the topic at hand, because like Eric said, the economic development term is broad-based, broad-brushed across several different industries, and is interpreted at the local level and at the state level in different ways as well. But I do agree that the protection of local businesses, I don't know if it's protect, if that's the best word, but I think we could probably refine that. I think what I had written down when that discussion was taking place is supporting existing business vitality. Vitality may not be another word, but I think supporting versus protect, I don't know, that could be talked about a little bit further, but I do agree that business retention and opportunity for expansion
is also a really major focus for a lot of economic development organizations, particularly in the areas that we're looking at covering, the counties that we're covering in this particular task force.
Excellent.
But I like that that's included. Thank you for the suggestion.
All right. Wow. Billy, where would you like to go next?
We are going to move to our wildlife and conservation bundle. So we're going to try to talk about, and we've already covered ag, which is good. So the three big topics that we need to get covered in the next 30 minutes are wildlife habitats and connectivity. So that one's enhanced to the extent practical wildlife habitats and corridors to support statewide and regional wildlife protection goals. The other one under that one is avoid to the extent feasible, and where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to endangered or threatened species and their habitats. The next one's water resources, and that one's also got two. Similar language on all of these. Enhance to the extent practical important water resources in support of statewide and regional water supply and quality goals. And then avoid to the extent feasible, and where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to important water resources. And then scroll down one more. And then conservation lands, enhance to the extent practical existing and planned conservation lands to support statewide and regional conservation goals, and avoid to the extent feasible, and where avoidance is not feasible, minimize and mitigate impacts to existing and future conservation lands. That's a lot, and I expect to see a lot of hands on this one.
Great. And although they're all uniquely separate, they're tied together. There's a common thread along the way of how it's used. So both Kent Wimmer and Charles Lee have raised their hands. Kent, did you want to add, or you want to tell us which one you want to focus on? Kent Wimmer? We'll come back to Kent.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to my theme of trying to follow the model of the Wekiva Parkway. The Wekiva Parkway established an environmental advisory committee, and I am recommending that either be a guiding principle or an instruction for the future, but it definitely needs to be in there. And the words that I have used, that I have taken from the Wekiva report, probably not a quote, but taken from what they established. It says, establish an environmental advisory committee made up of environmental agency and advocacy groups and area officials, so it includes local governments, to engage in routing and design considerations concerning the potential impacts to conservation lands, wildlife and their habitat, and the acquisition of lands to compensate for destruction of habitat and loss of public and private conservation lands. So I recommend that either be a guiding principle, that an environmental advisory committee be established, or at least be made an instruction so it's in black and white.
And so that's a pretty big commitment, Wei Wei. I know you had a comment on that on the Suncoast meeting yesterday.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Kent. We started the initial steps to get together with the environmental stakeholders. My question here is, are you suggesting we just have that group focused on the environmental aspect of the implementation, or do you want to make it broader? I just wanted to clarify. It seems like you want to focus on the environmental aspects of the implementation.
Since we are focused on conservation lands, and I keep being told to focus, yeah, but no, it could be broader. I mean, obviously, this contemplated, Wekiva contemplated including local officials on this committee. So yeah, I mean, it could definitely be broader to include more wide-ranging things as to environmental, but specifically we need something that's going to address impacts to environmental resources and public lands.
Yeah, we can come back with some language for the task force to consider if with a bit broader focus for that advisory group, and highlight the emphasis on the environmental resources. So just stay tuned, and we made note, and we can come up with some language for you to review next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
I also have some recommendations for tying it back to our use of the maps, and all the effort that DOT has gone into to establish areas that are not going to be impacted, no new corridors through. And so I have some very specific data layers that I've provided the staff. I don't know, I keep being told to push it off till later, but so when's the best time to bring that up?
I think, Kent, you can work with staff on these layers that you have. We're constantly updating the GIS tool to incorporate layers from our partners, such as you. And there is a connection between the guiding principles and the GIS tool. At our next meeting, we're going to show some initial path course that's going to illustrate how we use the draft guiding principles to narrow the path course. And then I think at yesterday's Suncoast meeting, Charles kind of talked about specifically wanting to reference some of the layers that was in the GIS tool, the DOT commitments. So everything's on the table for discussion.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I've provided to Jennifer, these various classifications as DOT led us down the path of, no impact, no new corridors through, and enhancements. So anyway, I have provided that to staff. Also, I'm recommending, right now you're saying support a land acquisition program. I think DOT should be moving beyond just supporting the land acquisition program. I think there should be more specific language in there that DOT should fund a land acquisition program at least at a 2-to-1 value ratio. So I think DOT should be committing to do more than just support or a head nod. I think you need to make a firm commitment to what you're actually going to do to replace those lands.
Yeah, the MCORS legislation offers DOT unique opportunities for conservation. So that was a good point. Let us work out some language of whether it's going to be in instructions or a guiding principle.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ken. And I was just going to bring to the attention for other task force members that was he was highlighting some language that was in the suggested or possible instructions. Jason Lauritsen, you've been working hard in the corridors. What would you like to talk about here?
Well, thank you. First, I wanted to follow up on the last thing you said, Christine. You mentioned that the Wekiva language that Kent referenced is in here in this document in the instructions.
No, I think it was support a land protection program acquired. It was in the instructions off on the wildlife habitat.
That's what Kent was talking about.
Yeah, it's really like gray. That's all.
Okay. So one of the remaining loose ends for me is Kent read through that language pretty quickly, and I couldn't jot down all of those things. It would be helpful to me to have all the elements in front of me that were in that Wekiva language that Kent mentioned, so that I can reference those against the guiding principles as they are right now. I'm not sure which ones are missing in here, so that would be helpful. So if there's a way to share that with us before the next meeting, sort of as homework for reflection for me, that'd be great. The other element I wanted to mention is as I was going through the guiding principles and the maps and the homework, I created that some recommendations in a document which identifies a number of enhancement areas or possibilities for enhancement should there be a need to mitigate or should the alignment go through those. And I shared that document with you, Christine. I'm hoping that at some point that might be available to the full task force. But as I was going through that, I would love to have the opportunity to create a guiding principle around the idea that there are prioritized and identifiable historic impacts in the study area that I'd love to see those as enhancement opportunities, even possibly if the alignment doesn't go through there. If there are impacts to any proposed alignment that need mitigation, having a guiding principle that would identify priority historic impacts for enhancement that would provide regional ecological benefits, especially to address historic fragmentation caused by roads that didn't have adequate wildlife crossings and bridging and so forth. That I think that would be a tremendous benefit for the overall effort. And I think also a resource for the various MPOs and regional planning councils and local planners as well as they are developing their own local county land use plans.
Jen, can you go back up to wildlife habitat and connectivity? Number 9 there, Jason, seems to be what you're talking to. Do we need to amend? Are you recommending any changes to guiding principle number 9?
I think number 9 is good. I support number 9. Don't necessarily need any changes to that. What I'm suggesting though is, and maybe it's implied in number 9. I'm looking at this guiding principle as if the alignment has an impact on an existing connection, then you try to avoid or enhance that particular spot. But if the alignment is occurring somewhere within the study area that doesn't intercept this number 9 spot, that there's an identified list of priority enhancement areas that can be engaged for enhancement or mitigation. And please correct me if number 9 covers that. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, Jason, I think would it be sufficient for you that we capture your thoughts into a specific instruction as to what are these prioritized enhancement opportunities under this guiding principle? That should address what you proposed.
Sure. Wait. Is my understanding correct that the FDOT in some cases would have the capacity to move outside of the immediate alignment footprint to do enhancements somewhere else in the study area?
I think we have that flexibility, but yes, but Will knows more about that. Reading the statute, I think we has the flexibility. So if we have a prioritized enhancement items list, then we can follow the directions from the task force as to where we should be spending the enhancement dollars in terms of conservation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
And
Yeah,
I just wanted to say,
yeah, that also kind of addresses a perspective in terms of regional mitigation. So maybe we need to call a friend again. It seems like typically these things are done like in the same watershed, or there might be some limitations. But we can capture the thought.
I'm thinking David may be the one to answer that.
Let me get to him. Sorry, that's
another phone a friend.
I'm trying to unmute him. There we go. You're self-muted, David, if you're still on.
I can't hear you.
You need to unmute your mic, David.
There it goes. Okay.
Yes.
I'm really excited to hear this conversation. And in terms of mitigation, it's really what it is that we'd be impacting, whether it's wetlands or critical habitats or listed species. We would be evaluating that during the PD&E and having those conversations with both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and FWC.
Okay. Yeah, that's great clarification. I think if we can maybe capture the thought about the regional mitigation perspective, that should address some of Jason's concerns.
All right. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I just also wanted to say thank you for taking a look at the recommendations I sent to you, and I see some of those changes reflected in the guiding principles split on the document here. So that's much appreciated.
Excellent. And I think you'll find some interest in Will's presentation a little bit later this afternoon on kind of these larger corridor enhancements and so forth. So we'll look back with you soon, Jason, okay?
Great.
So we've heard a lot about wildlife connectivity, a little bit on conservation lands. We haven't really touched on the water resources.
Before we move on, Billy, do you mind? Charles Lee has his hand up. I want to make sure we capture that real quick.
I'm going to address
Charles?
this. Yeah, I'm going to address this primarily to the conservation land issue, but the principle I'm going to state applies to all of these categories that we're now talking about in this natural resource type unit. The language has gotten very ambiguous and does not provide much specific guidance in each of these categories. And I'm not sure how or why it got to that point. I'm sitting here looking at the meeting 5 version of the draft guiding principles on these subjects. And I have to say that we are in much better, I gotta kill this. Sorry about that. We were in a much better position, I think, with the language in the meeting 5 draft. Let me just give you one example. I'm going to read what was in the meeting 5 draft. Avoid and do not impact springheads, high-risk coastal zones, lakes, and farmland preservation areas. Number 2, minimize impacts by not placing a new corridor through the following natural resources: state forests, Florida forever acquired lands, aquatic preserves, state parks, wildlife refuges, mitigation banks, managed lands, and the coastal avoidance area. Now, I provided detailed comments during the homework stage on these guiding principles and suggested some revisions. However, even without the revisions that I suggested, they gave as guiding principles some very specific direction that has been lost in the text of what's in front of us today. And so my request would be for us to go back between now and the next meeting, and for you to pick up on the specific language in the guiding principles as they were published for meeting 5. Because I think that gets us to a much more definitive set of guidance principles than the very ambiguous language in what we see in front of us now.
Yeah, Charles, where we got to the quote unquote ambiguous language, it was an attempt to stay at high level, but we hear you, and we're working on adding specifics to the next draft. So when we come back, look for more of these specifics, whether they're going to be added into the guiding principles or in the instructions. And we're also going to basically get rid of the qualifying language as well. So
just you know, an FYI, I do not think that shifting specifics from this language as it was included in the guiding principle language in meeting 5 I do not think shifting that to the instructions is acceptable. If you look at the hierarchy of guidance that is provided, the guiding principles are really the gold standard of the policy recommendations coming from a task force. And if it drops down to a level lower, I believe it loses its authority and emphasis. So my specific request as you proceed between now and the next meeting is to go back to the meeting 5 draft and to begin by utilizing that language. And there may be some improvements and modifications to it, but we need to begin with a strong term like avoid, and we need to give guidance specifically with regard to these areas. And conservation lands is one, but water resources would be another, and wildlife corridors and habitats would be another. But again, they need to be, this needs to be directive language.
Charles, we hear you loud and clear. We're going to add more specifics to the guiding principles, and we would also, Billy, did you get a few keywords that Charles just mentioned? Conservation. What were the others, Charles?
All of the ones that are now in this section we're talking about, there was a parallel recommendation in the meeting 5 recommendation, meeting 5 guiding principles. And my request is that you go back in terms of drafting to what we had in meeting 5 and build upon that and look at the structure in that. Don't begin with the word enhance, for example. Begin with the word avoid, and then enhance comes later. You have avoid, minimize, mitigate, enhance, and they're all related in some way. But there's a first things first proposition that has to be served here.
The legislation offers us opportunities to enhance. I certainly don't want to belittle that aspect of it. This is a unique opportunity for us to work with the environmental stakeholders to basically right the past wrongs and do a lot of innovative approaches. I understand avoid is the first order of business. So we'll go back, take a look, and add in more specifics. And I think we also want to hear from other task force members on this set and see what guidance they have for us, for staff.
Yes, I was just going to mention that Eric's hand has been up. Eric Anderson, and then Bradley Arnold. Eric, can you're self-muted?
I just wanted to get a clarification on something when it states future conservation land. That's kind of a broad term because I know that on the list the state of Florida has, there is probably about 10 times the amount of land than they have the money to buy. Does that mean that we're going to avoid the land just because it's on that list? Because I know people that are on that list that have no intent in selling their property to a conservation easement.
Good question.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Yeah, I think the reason it's on there is because obviously it made it into a plan. It was a priority for someone. And if we could, through this program, move that forward, of course we should do that. I think when it comes into the issue of somebody not wanting to be a part of that program, that's sort of a separate conversation. But I think generally as a goal, we put that in there to move forward, as a kind of statewide or regional goal.
All right. Bradley Arnold has his hand up as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the detailed debates related to the environmental side, but because that is the key component of a lot of the public input related to the no build discussion that would be part of the PD&E process. I do think that I'd like for FDOT to contemplate the prior discussion of, whether the guiding principle or even a high-level need is actually the creation of the environmental committee that would work through the entire PD&E process, as these participants on the task force would continue that process, because just like was just mentioned, just because there's something that's sitting on a map as a potential conservation land or whatnot does not necessarily mean the property owner has an interest in it. And it may be by that standing committee that would carry through the PD&E process that it allows for that mitigation component to be able to work early in the process in the PD&E, because that would provide for the environmental partners to, have a little bit more inside knowledge with FDOT related to what parts of these, I'll call it guiding principles on the environmental component, may be offset through some type of mitigation activity that FDOT could provide through acquisition of conservation lands to resolve any of the corridor impacts once that corridor is, I'll call it, generally established. Because I just feel that this is one of these areas at the task force that we get bogged down in because there's a strong desire by some of our task force members and the public to see even more details in regard to the protections. And we still have a deadline of getting the report completed in November. So that's the concern when Charles is talking about going all the way back to a prior discussion and starting almost recreation of some of the draft stuff again. I know that's part of our deliberative process, but also don't want it to be an unnecessary delay activity that would keep us from reaching our statutory time requirement.
We do have a few, thank you, Bradley. We do have a few subject matter experts here with us still today. David Bogart, is there something that you can add to help refine and put a point on this right now as we move forward? You're muted.
David, you're muted. Still not getting anything.
Try it again.
Okay.
There we go.
I hear an interest to have the flexibility to explore mitigation options, whether it's a wildlife corridor or the preservation of land to support that. I think definitely in PD&E, there's a mitigation plan that is developed and incorporates stakeholders as well as the agency's inputs on what that could look like and what that would include. And certainly it would look at scientific need and research that would support it. So in terms of specific language, I think it's just capturing the desire for further exploration.
All right. Well, this is one that we'll continue to drill down on and not recreate. We heard what you had to say, Bradley, but maybe there's more that we can glean from previous conversations, as Weiwei has said. Charles, did you want to loop back again? We are running a little short on time on these.
Let me just be very brief. There was some very erroneous information given out by a couple of speakers regarding the status of lands on the acquisition lists. The reality is that by law in Florida, those lands can only be on the acquisition lists if the seller is willing. And if at any time they change their mind, they are allowed to withdraw their lands from the acquisition list. And finally, those acquisition lists do not by any means include every piece of property that someone wants to buy or that someone is offered to sell. There is a very refined process by which proposals are whittled down. Only about 1 in 10 or less ever make it to the list in any priority category. And so the lands that appear on those lists are both voluntary there by the landowner and remain there only for that reason, and because they've been prioritized through a very thorough review given by the Acquisition and Restoration Council that's appointed by the governor and the cabinet to set the priorities on these acquisition lands.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, Charles, I think we probably just need more precise language to make sure that we cover the aspects that we discussed.
Yep. So Billy, I was wondering, it's almost at 2:30, but we do have
Yep.
3 of our water management representative folks here. I don't want to lose sight of the time or the opportunity. Do we want to direct any language real quick before we move
Yeah,
on?
again, we haven't had much conversation about the water resources. So in the, if we can quickly, I'd love to hear from them.
So Warren, Jeanette, Jeff, I'm going to ask you all to review Guiding Principle 11 and 12. And do we have work to be done on these, or based on the conversations that we've had to date, are we heading in the right direction? Is there some refinement you would recommend based on the other conversations we've had as well?
I think some of the input we've had from some of the other ones will obviously apply to this one as well.
Agreed. Agreed. I'd really like to hear from one of the water management districts on these, if you have any input moving forward. All right, Jeanette, thank you so much for taking the bait.
Sure, no problem. So I've been following along and listening. I do think that the conversation, Kent and Charles have been providing some really good feedback. So I'm looking forward to seeing the next iteration. I do think just in general, this covers the needs of the water management districts, but I do appreciate the input that's been received so far. So I'm looking forward to the next step.
Excellent. Thank you. And like I said, and Billy's committed to as well, we'll bring back a newer version when we get back together. And generally, it looks like it's foundationally in good place, and we'll enhance it with some of the input and feedback that we've heard today. All right, Charles? Did you have something else? Yes.
Yeah, I do. Going back to the meeting 5 draft with regard to water resources, I'm just going to read you a couple really quickly. Prioritize water quantity and quality in the study area by avoiding to the extent feasible, enhancing to the extent practical where avoidance is not feasible, minimizing and mitigating impacts to important water resources, including A, springs protection zones, B, outstanding Florida waters, C, aquifer and groundwater recharge areas shown in the clip map series as priority 1 or 2, D, wetlands and other surface waters, E, floodplains, and then avoid or minimize impacts to sinkholes and karst areas. So there again, in the meeting 5 draft, we had some very specific language guiding on water resources that is absent in this draft. And I would urge you to consider going back and taking a look at that earlier language to add those specifics back in.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I think what Wei committed to was maybe we had pulled back a little bit to make sure that we looked big picture with these guiding principles. And we've heard from you all that we need to have a little bit better refinement. And so we'll go back and look at those as well and find to make sure that we are communicating to the appropriate level that you're requesting. So stay tuned for the meeting in August. All right. Valerie, your hand's up. And then will we be wrapping up the guiding principles for now and then moving on to the next presentation? So Valerie, you get the last word here on the guiding principles for now.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with Charles that those definitions, especially about the waters, definitely need to be back in there a lot more detailed than what I'm seeing right now. So I'm just wanting to support that idea. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Wow, that's some great conversation virtually. I really appreciate the diverse engagement across the board of all of the variety of representation. So thank you, and thank you, Billy and Jen, for pulling that together. So Wei, I think let's see. Trying to see what else we need to do here. Oh, there is one point we wanted to clarify. Jennifer, would you mind? I know we talked about information coming your way. Let's clarify that to make sure that we're meeting the intent of the Sunshine Law.
Thank you, Christine. So, there is still an opportunity for folks to send refinements to me on email. The information appears in the earlier slides with my email address, and we are looking for comments within about the next week for the refinements. If they are broader thoughts, that's certainly fine, but we would rather revisit those with the larger task force in our next meeting in August. So keep the comments coming, a lot of good information and good discussion. So thank you so much.
Thanks for that clarification. All right, Wei, I'm going to hand it off to you to have this next presentation.
Thank you, Christine. I wanted to take a few minutes to set the stage for the next few meetings by summarizing the proposed outline for your final report and the process for developing that report. Florida statute requires each task force to submit a report to the governor, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House by November 15, 2020. This report will play multiple roles. It would document how the charge to the task force was met. It would describe the task force's work activity, including how they received and considered public comment, also summarize the task force's recommendations. Let me briefly describe our thinking on the task force report outline. We anticipate the final summary report to maybe about 15 pages, consistent with the length of other recent task force reports. This will be augmented by significant online documentation of presentations, technical materials, and public input. The first item, the transmittal letter, will be from the chair to the governor, president of the Senate, and Speaker of the House as directed by statute. The first three sections on the left will summarize the background of the legislation, the task force membership and process, including public and agency involvement, and the study area characteristics. Staff will start drafting these sections for you to review at your August meeting. The fourth section is the heart of the report. Your recommendations on high-level needs, principles, and instructions. We started working on this together at virtual meeting 4, and we'll keep doing this over the next few meetings. And staff will format into the report the text that you approve. This section will focus on your specific recommendations with supporting narrative, including documenting significant concerns that are not resolved and would need to be addressed moving forward. The final section will be an action plan. This is what the task force recommends in terms of future planning and project development, as well as ongoing partner coordination, including the role of the organizations on this task force in future activities and monitoring these recommendations. As we all heard from today's discussions, Kent Wimmer asked for the implementation advisory committee, and it was augmented by Bradley Arnold. So we'll come back to you at meeting 8 with some ideas, whether it would go into the action plan or as a guiding principle for the task force to deliberate. This report outline would not include specific recommendations on an alignment or projects because we're still early in the process, but it would include clearly guidance for how those decisions should be made. We want to share this today to give you a sense of where we're headed and also to remind you that the goal is for consensus on the final report as a package. We know this is not going to be easy. Reaching consensus is challenging. It will require us to have back and forth discussions, entertain trade-offs and concessions. Staff will be here with you every step of the way to support you in this process. In terms of the report drafting process, the introduction and overview sections will be drafted by staff and brought back to you at meeting 8 for your review. The recommendations and the action plan, the task forces are generating drafts during task force meetings. Today's meeting, we talked about high-level needs, started the discussion on guiding principles. We'll continue the guiding principle discussion in meeting 7. And then we'll focus a bit more on instructions and action plan in meeting number 8. Between meeting 8 and 9, we should have a draft report that we can post on the project website for public to comment on. And when we come back for meeting number 9, we'll have final comments discussed for the final report. So just to recap, for your next meeting, meeting number 7 in August, we would have sections of the draft report, the introductory sections and the overview, study area overview, ready for you to take a look at. We will put information into the guiding principle worksheet that was posted on the website for you to review ahead of today's meeting. What we're going to do with that worksheet is to document all comments that we've received today, and also the comments that you're going to be sending to Jennifer Stoltz within the next week or so, and the previously received comments. We'll combine these comments all together, document them, and show you how we responded to them in the next draft. And then for the next meeting, we're also going to document our discussion on the needs today and bring back the worksheet as well. With that, Christine, if you could see if there are any questions about the report draft and the process.
All right, task force members, let's go ahead and use our virtual hand raise if you have any questions or need for clarification of what Wei Wei just presented on our ultimate products. Well, Wei Wei, you appear to have been incredibly thorough. And it does not appear to have any additional questions coming your way. So thank you so much. And remember, these presentations are going to live on our project website on the mcourse.com. So if you need to go back and reference this to understand our roadmap a little bit better, no pun intended, it will be there for you. So with that, no reports or the process of developing that report, I'm going to hand it off to Will to talk about the corridor planning activities. Will.
Thanks, Christine. First off, great discussion from everyone today. It was very impressive how well we had a well-balanced discussion and got some great results on paper. So thank you for that. The MCOR bills creates quite a list of enhancements that can be, outright or a part of the mitigation strategy with corridor development. So I just want to remind the task force members of that. and that, think boldly as we look at enhancements. So now we will touch on corridor planning activities, which will include discussion on potential enhancements to existing facilities, connectivity gaps, and how instructions carry forward into the planning and PD&E phases. As we've progressed through our task force discussions, we've identified potential enhancements within the study area that can be applied throughout the corridor planning process. During our meetings, we've discussed potential enhancements related to improved water quality in outstanding Florida springs and outstanding Florida waters in the study area. Additional wildlife crossings to enhance the Florida wildlife corridor and to prevent wildlife conflicts. Expanding multi-use trails, such as pedestrian and bicycle shared use paths to enhance the quality of life in the region. Additional enhancements, many of which you brought forward during high-level needs and guiding principle discussions, are water quality improvements, such as bridging that allows for increased water flow and retrofitting to alleviate flooding conditions, maximizing the use of existing right-of-way by preserving and providing opportunities for partnerships, utility providers, and connecting and expanding conservation lands that include the use of innovative right-of-way acquisition and partnerships with agencies such as DEP and water management districts. Connecting and expanding wildlife corridors also to reduce fragmentation. Perhaps one of the most discussed principles for the Northern Turnpike corridor study has been the concept of co-location. Throughout the task force meetings, you've discussed not only aspects of avoidance and minimization, but also the opportunities for enhancement of natural environment resources, local and regional community needs and goals. Various types of linear infrastructure has also been discussed and identified as opportunities for co-location. These include existing major roadways, utility lines, trails, and railroad right-of-ways. We have various connectivity gap topics within a study area that MCORS can address within and along the corridor to aid in interconnecting the entire region. These include broadband, wildlife corridors, water resources, recreational trail networks, and transportation network, which includes public transit options and systems. For connectivity gap identification, we focus this presentation on environmental and trail related topics. Transportation connectivity will continue to be fully addressed as the transportation network is modeled and analyzed in future phases of project development process. We first looked at critical linkages of priority 1 and 2 of the Florida Ecological Greenways Network. The Florida Ecological Greenways Network guides ecological greenway conservation efforts, including Florida Forever and other state and regional conservation acquisition programs, and promotes public awareness of the need for and the benefits of a statewide ecological greenways network. These areas show potential for maintaining or restoring populations of a wide range of species, including the Florida black bear and the Florida panther. To show existing connectivity gaps, we overlaid the Ecological Greenways Network within the existing conservation lands. On the image above, green represents existing conservation areas, both conservation lands and easements. Some of these areas are part of the existing Florida Wildlife Corridor, and the remaining blue areas represent critical linkages that are not protected. These are connectivity gaps. On this image, pink areas are ecological connectivity gaps and presents opportunities to protect or restore the connected network of conservation lands which support populations and movements of Florida's wildlife and protection of water resources. We understand that a goal of both the DEP Office of Greenways and Trails and FWC is to protect these areas, and we can utilize the guiding principle for wildlife habitats and connectivity to protect, connect, and enhance these areas. We will be looking for proactive opportunities during planning to partner with DEP, water management districts, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, and others to proactively acquire conservation lands and conservation easements. During design, we can provide wildlife crossing structures such as bridges, culverts, and other design features to restore fish passages and wildlife habitat corridors and reduce animal vehicle conflicts. Excuse me. Within these areas, there are also other natural resources that can be protected as well. For instance, to determine the need for impaired water bodies to the project area, we overlay the ecological connectivity gaps with the basin management action plans. For each impaired water body, FDEP has established and adopted restoration goals and coordinated with local stakeholders to develop BMAPs. Through MCORs, there are opportunities to enhance these areas by supporting water resource restoration projects. These could include design features, joint stormwater projects, and acquisition of state conservation lands that could further mitigate impacts. Addressing water restoration needs will require a partnership with water management districts and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for BMAP projects in the area. Finally, we will look for opportunities to connect gaps in the recreational trail network in the study area. This image shows an overlay of the trail network. A land acquisition program to protect ecological greenways or restore water quality also has a potential to help close gaps in the recreational trail network and thus increase safety and accessibility for all trail users. So what is the next step? We're fairly early in the process. Your recommendations will be carried forward into all future phases of the program. During planning and PD&E, your instructions for project development and beyond will help apply guiding principles to identify avoidance and attraction areas, evaluate and narrow potential path and courses, guide decisions about corridor location, design, and mitigation, and develop project-specific commitments. In the next meeting, we'll show examples of how these instructions can be used to identify potential path and courses during the planning and PD&E. So next time we will get to see a map. So it'll be a big discussion for us. So with that, I'd like to hand it back to Secretary Perdue to discuss the next steps.
All right, great. Will, thank you for that presentation, and thank you all for the very healthy and lively discussion. It's been a good day so far. One thing I'd like to do is recap a few of the next steps before we begin the public comment period. First, today's presentation and Task Force Meeting 6 recording will be posted on the website. Second, the team will record the revisions to the high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions discussed today and provide an updated draft for circulation in advance of your August meeting. As discussed, if you have additional comments, particularly some of the editorial changes we did not get to discuss today, please send them to Jennifer by Wednesday, July 29th, so we can incorporate into the next version. Third, we will continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout this process. And finally, we will be in touch as soon as we have solidified the timing and format of the August meetings. Let's now hear comments from members of the public. Christine.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. So, public comment period. This is how we end each of our meetings and really do appreciate the input. So the requests that were made online to provide virtual comments today needed to be received by 2:30 or by speaker cards in our public viewing locations. These will be addressed during this public comment period. Comments will be made in the order in which they were requested. And if you do not respond when your name is called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comment within your allotted time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then a second tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes. So please keep your eye on the clock and listen for the tones. If you have more information that you would like to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration, and you can send comments anytime to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Only one person at a time will be unmuted, and if you have self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. After the completion of the virtual public comments, we will subsequently move to our public viewing locations of Ocala and Lecanto. Right now, I'd like to identify the first speaker that has requested to speak, and that is Ms. Lindsay Cross.
You should have received an email. Are we good?
You might want to, the clock is just starting. We're just getting everyone on.
Okay. All right.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. Task Force members, you should have received an email on Monday from Sarah Gledhill with the Center for Biological Diversity, sharing a tally of public comments showing that the overwhelming number of Floridians are against the building of these roads. Members and volunteers with the No Roads to Ruin Coalition went through the painstaking effort of capturing the sentiment, as Will Watts referred to, by categorizing them as for, against, or neutral or undecided. Of 1,546 comments, 87.7% were against the roads. This also did not include more than 7,272 comments provided through February using form letters. DOT has essentially discounted these, which is disingenuous, as one of the task force members pointed out. I appreciate that DOT has provided a compilation of public comments to you today. I believe this has happened largely because some of you as members of the task force have requested this, as well as organizations and businesses seeking to protect our natural resources and community welfare. On Monday, I'm sure you also saw the report published by Florida Tax Watch that shows the frightening and bloated cost to build the Suncoast Connector Corridor. Florida Tax Watch is an independent, nonpartisan government watchdog that has presented a frank review of the huge economic burden that these toll roads will put on Florida taxpayers. While the group did not extend its analysis to the Northern Turnpike, it estimated the cost to build the Suncoast at between $4 and $10.5 billion, and that the required tolls needed to pay off construction bonds would be in excess of current average per tolls throughout the entire Florida Turnpike system. These costs and the long-term financial implications of these roads should be on top of mind as you continue in this process. Last month, Governor DeSantis vetoed more than $97 million of water quality and transportation infrastructure upgrade projects, including some in your local communities. We know that more severe cuts are to come. The MCOR's budget, however, not only remained unscathed, but ballooned from $90 million to $117 this year by funneling money from funds to help rural communities like the Small County Road Assistance Program. Much of what the local communities desire, such as broadband and water quality infrastructure, can and should be developed without new toll roads. Local residents don't want more pollution, more concrete, and more sprawl. They don't want these roads. You've been reminded this morning by Secretary Tebow that these are your guiding principles. They're not DOT's, nor are they the Senate President's. They should take into account the strong public opposition for the public and the overwhelming need to protect our water, wildlife, rural communities, and taxpayers. The way to accomplish this is through no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Up next is Herman Younger from Gainesville, Florida. Herman, you are unmuted.
Hello, my name is Herman Younger. I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club. Task Force members, you have all recently received important information from the No Roads to Ruin Steering Committee regarding MCOR's public comments. The No Roads to Ruin Coalition made a public records request to FDOT to receive all of the written comments from August 2019 to February 2020. So no surprise, close to 88% of the comments were not in favor of this disastrous toll roads project. This does not include a vast majority of the 7,272 public comments received through form letters, which FDOT did not include in our public records request. The public has made their position clear. As community representatives, you have a duty to act in the interest of the public. I urge you to strongly consider this data when making your recommendations, and that you echo the voices of the public and recommend no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next, Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
Hi, I have been a professional environmental scientist for over 40 years. I'm an activist, not a lobbyist or consultant. One of the issues discussed at the beginning of these meetings is the number of public comments that have been made. I'm requesting that the number of form letters that have been submitted through the internet versus paper be reported, as well as reporting the pro versus con. My solidarity lies with the 700,000 families that do not have internet and so cannot state their support for their getting internet through this project. I'm suggesting that the people who have had the privilege of signing those electronically generated forms in opposition to this project show their solidarity and support for the 700,000 Florida residents that do not have the privilege of internet connectivity by walking in their shoes for 1 week. Turn off your internet for 1 week. I believe this will increase your understanding of how vital this project is to our fellow citizens who cannot submit electronic form letters in support of this project. In this case, silence should not be assumed as consent nor agreement with the opponents. A second issue being addressed is the cost of the project, tolls, and how those tolls will not cover the cost of the road. Who's covering the cost of the maintenance, repair, and upgrades of I-95, I-75, I-10, and I-4? They have no incoming toll revenue. Using the opponent's logic, they should be shut down because they don't pay for themselves. Perhaps the opponents should not use those interstates in further solidarity with those in the project area. The toll money generated by this project will not only pay for the operation and maintenance of this road, but will also put funding in local government's coffers to improve their local roads. I'm already witnessing that in dirt roads that are being paved in Jefferson County in anticipation of this new road. A third of the comments addressed concerned wildlife. I share this concern. A limited access roadway will have barriers to wildlife crossing over the road and allow wildlife crossings under the road. This will save wildlife and human lives. The current local roads in the area of the project have no barricades and few wildlife crossings, resulting in the continued road kills and human traffic deaths for interaction between the two. FDOT has won national and international awards for their design of wildlife crossings. They've reduced road kills through their innovative crossing designs and programs. I strongly believe they will continue this trend on the roadway. In addressing agriculture, consider allowing vehicles dedicated to the movement of farming produce and livestock to pay a reduced or no toll to reduce the economic impact of the toll road on this industry. Make the tolls uniform and cooperative with other states, and please continue the mix of in-person and internet public comments. Being over 65, it's a matter of life and death for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Datz. Up next is Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mike McGrath, an organizer for the Sierra Club. Earlier this month, Florida made headlines across the world for all the wrong reasons after reporting record-breaking 15,299 coronavirus cases, the highest total by any U.S. state since the start of this global pandemic. We'd be deceiving ourselves if we were to claim that things have improved. As this past Sunday, Florida logged 5 consecutive days of 10,000 plus coronavirus cases. Before the pandemic, MCORS was a poorly framed, ill-advised, and short-sighted project. Now it's simply reckless and irresponsible considering the financial implications it will impose on our state budget. Each of the MCORS corridors lacks a documented needs analysis and reliable projections for its fiscal feasibility, despite this being a statutory obligation outlined for each of the corridors in the 2019 legislation that was later signed into law. Projected costs for these roads could range anywhere from $10 billion on the lower bound to $27 billion on the upper bound. Those figures are especially tough to swallow when we consider recent budget vetoes by Governor DeSantis. To this point, FDOT has failed to reveal detailed plans for how they will be financing this project through limited bond or possible public-private partnerships. Now, despite more than $1 billion in budget vetoes by Governor DeSantis, MCORS is not cut, even the public has largely been opposed to these roads from the onset. In fact, the MCORS budget grew from $90 million to $117 million, while hundreds of millions of dollars in funding were cut towards essential programs such as online learning, 911 services, affordable housing, transportation infrastructure upgrades, and other quality projects. During a pandemic that has blown up our state budget, crippled our economy, and left so many unemployed, it's hard to believe that we're still planning to go through with supporting this reckless waste of taxpayer dollars. Those who seek to champion MCORS represent the poorest of judgment and prudence for how to use taxpayer dollars considering the direness of the situation. As for locally elected officials and other appointed community representatives to sit on the task force, I ask you this. Are the local projects you were promised still being implemented, or is that project instead being diverted to this boondoggle? Is MCORS really the best use of taxpayer dollars and a limited state budget during this pandemic? Governor DeSantis and his staff have conjured up 3 C's that we should follow in light of the challenges presented by the pandemic. I have my own 3 C's that I would implore you to follow as well. Call the MCORS process now and cancel all future meetings. Commit secure funding for COVID-19 relief programs and consult your conscience. As task force members, you have the power to steer the guiding principles in a way that reflects a no-build option the public is so clearly demanding. Call up MCORS now, no build.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Up next is Eugene Kelly from Brooksville, Florida. Eugene, you are unmuted. You're self-muted.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Florida Native Plant Society. Since the question of financial feasibility was originally discussed during the early task force meetings conducted in late 2019, it's been relegated to some point in the future, basically dismissed as an item for the task force's consideration. I find that disconcerting given the fundamental importance of financial feasibility. Sometimes it's suggested government should be run more like a business to make it more accountable to the public's purse. Whether you agree with that or not, we do need to live within our means, the same as a private business would. I find it difficult to conceive of a private business launching into a major project, spending millions on planning without some assurance the project would ultimately be financially feasible. Governor recently vetoed $1 billion in spending from the 2021 budget. That included $225 million for affordable housing, tens of millions in local transportation projects. MCORS was untouched, and indeed, Florida is committing over $750 million to MCORS between now and 2025. That doesn't include construction. Where will all that money come from? TaxWatch just released a report that points squarely to the financial infeasibility of MCORS. Among other things, it suggests toll receipts on the Suncoast connector would have to exceed those collected on the main line of the Turnpike on a per mile basis to cover the statutorily required minimum share of debt service on the bonds that will have to be issued to finance construction. There's no reason to believe the Turnpike connector would be any different in terms of financial feasibility. Your focus is on finalizing guiding principles that FDOT will use to identify alignments. Some of you may want to limit your purview to that narrow charge. I hope some of you may perceive your responsibility more broadly. Construction is slated to begin in 2022. This process now, this appears to be the primary, if not the only avenue for the public to express its concerns, represent its interests, and for those to be recorded and conveyed to the decision makers who are pushing MCORS forward with such urgency. So who are the ones who have the opportunity through your final report to put the brakes on MCORS? Please resolve to include clear reservations about both the financial feasibility of MCORS and the unrealistic timeline for a project with such immense financial and environmental implications. Florida has urgent needs that will go unmet in the coming years. MCORS simply is not an urgent need.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Up next is Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, first of all, I'd like to hear a lot more. This is Matthew Schwartz with South Florida Wildlands Association. Would like to hear more about MCORS not having to be a new toll highway. That's being discussed. It was talked about yesterday at the Suncoast Extension Task Force, that the project can actually include co-location on existing roadways, improving existing highways, and providing such services as broadband, improved sewage and wastewater, enhanced protection for wildlife, habitat, wetlands, spring sheds, etc., and doesn't have to include the new toll highways. We are strongly urging the task force members to make no recommendations on new toll highways through whatever routes and push only for alternatives that will actually enhance the natural resources and quality of life of rural residents in Florida. We can live with wildlife crossings, openings in existing highways to bring back natural hydrological flows and other enhancements. We cannot accept new highways through existing wetlands, wildlife habitats, and corridors. And as our colleagues have mentioned, neither can the vast majority of the people in Florida. 2, we'd also like to urge the task force members to push for a new bill in the Florida legislature, which simply rescinds SB 7068, which does call for the construction of three new toll highways, and replace it with state funding for a comprehensive report on the current transportation needs of the state. That study was actually proposed as an amendment to the MCORS bill as it went through the House. It asked for a year of study first before approval and funding for the project, and that was rejected. It was voted to go straight through to completion and funding. Going through this process without that needs analysis is simply ridiculous. If FP&L or Duke Energy was applying for a new power plant, the very first step would be approval by the Public Services Commission and their agreement that there is a need for the new power plant first. How can you possibly conduct this planning process without the decision in place? It's a classic example of putting the cart before the horse, get the horse engaged, show the people of Florida that there is a need for this project, for these new highways first, and then go to planning only if these highways are deemed necessary. The process in this project currently has zero legitimacy in the eyes of the public. Not only has no science been presented yet on the projected cumulative impacts on our state from MCORS, wildlife, habitat, springs, wetlands, aquifers, wastewater, etc., but also the way MCORS will trigger enormous quantities of growth throughout the corridors, what is being called revitalization of rural economies by the MCORS backers. That expanded growth should be part of the impact analysis. So far, the only independent analysis that has been done to date was obtained by a FOIA request from South Florida Wildlands from a FWS biologist who called the project a disaster for the panther and all other wildlife within the corridor footprints. So thank you for these comments.
Your time's up, Mr. Schwartz. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm Vivian Young. I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida and a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. And I am speaking on behalf of 1000 Friends of Florida. On Monday, we sent you an email outlining some recommended language following the format provided by FDOT at its last task force meeting regarding high-level needs, guiding principles, and implementation strategies for MCORS. These are based directly on the language in state statute that defines the purpose and goals. As task force members and FDOT staff are evaluating and reviewing, we strongly encourage you to incorporate these into the final product. We've worked very hard to come up with what we felt were clear and concise recommendations that would help achieve the goals as defined in statute. I encourage you to review the recommendations in full, but want to make a few quick points. First of all, we believe that the MCORS statute sets a far higher standard than exists for any other state or federal highway. It is not just about following NEPA process or getting required federal and state permits. For example, a statutory purpose of MCORS is to, quote, revitalize rural communities, end quote. If a new highway is built to revitalize rural communities in the area, you must not allow development at the interchanges that would draw traffic away from the downtown areas. And you must not allow sprawling adjacent subdivisions. These will not revitalize the rural community, but instead destroy it. To achieve the statutory purpose while building the new highway, we must first protect the land through purchase or perpetual easement from development before the highway or interchange is built. As another example, the statutory purpose for MCOR states, quote, protect the environment and natural resources, end quote. It does not say minimize impacts, it says protect the resources. This means you must first protect those resources from secondary development before the highway or interchange is built. Regarding the issue of need and financial feasibility, which has been brought up repeatedly, we do believe it is in the state statute that it is under the purview of the task force to make recommendations on that. And that the task force use population and employment projections based on each local government comprehensive plan, and that future speeds and capacities of haul highways be based on full implementation of connected and autonomous vehicles, which will surely be in place. We agree with the task force report, the Florida Tax Watch report that says that before hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on planning the corridors, there first should be a formal determination of need and feasibility. Thank you.
Time's up, Ms. Young. Thank you for your comment. Up next is Richard Grosso from Plantation, Florida. Richard?
Hi, can you hear me?
Unmuted. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been practicing environmental and land use law in the state for 34 years, and I feel very strongly about the points I'm about to make. The statute says the task force shall evaluate the need for and the economic and environmental impacts of and the land use impacts of the corridor. It seems like you are on the verge of absolutely not doing that. It seems as though you are headed towards a final report that says, we haven't done that. We will tell DOT to do that later in the PD&E study. You're violating the law if you are not evaluating the need for this highway. You're violating the law if you are not evaluating the economic and the environmental impacts at a level of some specificity. You are violating the law if you've not determined if this is going to be a benefit or take away business and economic activity from the rural communities through which it is going to run. You seem to have jumped over whether and jumped into how are we going to do this road. But even at that, the how we're going to do this uses phrases and words that quite frankly are completely general, completely meaningless, contradictory in some ways. They say nothing. They provide zero meaningful, enforceable direction to further planning of these roads. You are taking the exact same approach that the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority took with trying to run its extension of a highway through the Everglades, and an administrative law judge for the Division of Administrative Hearings said that violates Florida's planning law. You're taking the exact same approach by punting. You've not determined the feasibility of the project. You've not determined, will it bring in enough tolls to justify the cost? You haven't looked at national studies that have looked at the economic impact on small communities when we built highways near or through them and determined, is this going to work economically? You haven't looked at the cost of all of the environmental mitigation, wildlife protection, the co-locations. You haven't looked at that, all of that, and you've completely ignored the elephant in the room, which is the impact of COVID on revenues, on driving, and on the ability to pay for this. We're acting as though COVID crisis has not happened in the state. We're not facing a major economic crisis. I really believe you need to tell the legislature in your report the COVID crisis has precluded your ability to meet your charge and demonstrated that we are not in a position to build these roads to now or anytime in the near future. The task force.
Thank you, Mr. Grosso. Your time is up. Up next is Michael, and I apologize if I misstate this, Chewinski from Lecanto, Florida.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Mike Serwinsky. I'm a Florida professional environmental consultant with over 37 years of experience. And that includes work on PD&E studies for the Suncoast Parkway 1, northern extension of Florida's Turnpike, and the high-speed rail corridor. I've also been a resident of the Nature Coast since 1986. I believe the opponents of these roads and residents of the Nature Coast are concerned with the direct and indirect and secondary impacts on local traffic and the quality of life, and the contribution of these roads to urban sprawl. These issues are related to guiding principles 1, comprehensive plans, 5, community character, and 6, economic development. But as discussed today, there's somewhat of a chicken versus egg dispute, and we're seeing that in Citrus County, where the local comprehensive plan is now trying to, after the fact, respond to potential impacts and plan properly. What I am suggesting is that this may elevate to its own guiding principle of avoiding impacts to local traffic. And as examples, I would say that it adds to land speculation and development around the interchanges. Examples would be preserve the intersections by the DOT for high-speed rail parking and other future uses rather than gas stations. We have also seen those indirect and direct impacts in Citrus County during the last hurricane evacuation. And one of the purposes behind these roads is efficient hurricane evacuation. So I also suggest that the Turnpike provide stations where fuel and other facilities can be provided during the hurricane evacuations right on the roads rather than have the drivers exit. There was mass confusion during the last evacuation in Citrus County with police officers, tanker trucks, disputes at the gas stations because people were pulling off, driving 3 miles to get to there. So to get fuel and other facilities. I think transfer of development rights and preserving lands near the intersections is important to avoid secondary impacts on local traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. At this point, that completes our virtual comments. We are now going to go to our locations.
We have 2 remote locations. The first one is the Hilton Ocala. There's been a public viewing location and opportunity for public comment.
Good afternoon, Christine. It's been a very thoughtful discussion today. We have no members of the public that are in attendance that have registered to speak, though. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jeff. The second location that we had for public viewing and public comment opportunity was at the Citrus County Building Alliance Banquet Hall in Lecanto. Michelle? Just a moment, Michelle, we can't hear you quite yet. Can we try that again?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Christine, and good afternoon. We too have enjoyed the thoughtful conversation that has happened today. We have no members of the public who have requested to speak at the Lecanto location. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, I'd like to hand it back to Secretary Perdue, the chairman.
Okay, thank you. This concludes the public comment segment of this meeting. Thank you to all the commenters for taking time and speaking about this very important topic. Public input is vital to the MCORS process. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens at dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. I'd like to thank the task force members for participating and receiving public comment today. And thank you again for joining us. This officially concludes our meeting. Thank you.